human being. What's the trick, Gold Buick? I've already lost my shirt, and you can't take my pants, so... Do tell me of this so-called trick you have in stock. Also gold.
Also gold.
What the? What? Oh. That says staff. That says staff. I don't, like... Hang on a second. Where's my... Hang on.
Cover up your shame, Grant! Cover up your shame!
1 minute, ding, dong. There we go. Ah! Why did a staff Fucking try me there. Damn it, there's a Keck W in my way. Move, Mega. This is the most himbo you're going to find me.
That stole your shirt. I'm sorry, I just wanted to oogle zebra titties.
Oogle. Oogle before the zebra titties. Meow. Hang on a second, let me move my keyboard out of the way so I can do like... So I can
Hello.
across the desktop. Watch this nonsense. Spin!
Cerveza cristal. Cerveza cristal.
Hi, GrantZeebs. Love being put in a cute maid outfit and love.
What's my username on Twitter? It's GrantZeebs. What's my username on Telegram? GrantZeebs. What's my username on Discord? GrantZeebs. What's my username on Twitch? GrantZeebs. What's my username on YouTube? Well, YouTube is technically using a Google account in order to do that kind of nonsense, and I can't have a direct link to YouTube, but lo and behold, GrantZeebs. Ta-da! Stronger than 1, stronger than 10, stronger than 100 men. An outsider? But how? By the gods! Allies of the Empire! My sincerest apologies for failing to note your arrival. Cookie for Sky! Sky, look! Rabbit girls! Rabbit girls! Hopefully you enjoyed your cookie. It was the warden you wished to know about, yes? My mother, may she rest system. I think everyone was like really close, only because... Rudy, stop it! .250 kilometers in any German vehicle, 20 air skills in any Volkswagen buggy, drag race in a German super saloon, any German vehicle. Why? I'm just so broken.
Yeah, you can't spell nutrition without nut, am I right?
Ow.
Pull the lever.
Tell me what he can turn into. During the Fourth War, in bear form! In bear form! Fourth Age, in bear form! You're not telling me he can turn into a bear? It's called bear form!
That's not canon.
What do you mean it's not
Hello.
canon? What do you mean that's not canon? What do you mean that's not canon? Yeah.
Y'all just gonna let Icy live?
Yeah, go back. No. Alright, so I got my water, I got all my different things.
Oh, Elon. No, you know what? You know what Elon
let's
Musk would be?
Move you
Elon Musk
over
would be a
here,
protogen.
slapping it to the left.
Or what is that
You will
species
go
called?
here,
Is that the
you
right
will
name?
go there.
Proto.
This there, that
Protogen.
there.
Is that the?
This over here.
Yes, protogen.
And
Elon Musk would be a protogen.
there we go. Hi. Hello. Welcome. One grant at a time. Yeah, no, fair enough. I have the clips running in the whatsamahoozy, like, starting up section, so then that way, you know, if there's a whatsamahoozy, if I'm not talking and such like that, then it's a, you have, like, all those clips and such like that. Also, I just realized I did not turn on my cookie for Bookie. Here's your cookie. I have, like, this 1,000-yard stare, because I'm not actually, like, transmitting. Alright, here we go. And then... boop. There we go. And... yeah. There we are. Yeah, sorry. I forgot to turn on the, iPhone camera. So... some good news and some bad news, to start us off. Good news. The throne, like, delivery... like, the throne thingy-majiggy of the Pepsis, that order has been made, so that's working out really well. The order for the Ring Fit Adventure, however, did not work for some reason. I think it might have been because of a price adjustment, but it said age verification required in the warnings. So Throne was able to put the funds in like a balance or something like that. So what I've done is I've now gone and Cookie for the new YY. I've gone and purchased the Ring Fit Adventure through Amazon directly rather than going through Throne. So, and because that's using Amazon Prime, that should hopefully get to my place by Sunday this week, which will be good. I don't know if it will, but we'll see how that goes. All right, so thank you, Bookie, for doing your major contributions to the Ring Fitness and for the Pepsi Maxes. I greatly appreciate it. So yeah. But yeah, hi there, Bone. It's good to see you again. Yay for Pepsi's. Not old enough to play Ring Fit. I don't know why. It just said age verification required, and I'm like, why? Like, why does the Ring Fit need age verification of all things? So, that one didn't make any sense to me. Let's see. So yeah, so that was the mix of the good news and bad news. Still going through my physiotherapy exercises, but oh my god, there's like, you know, I'm just tired sometimes, and I just don't have I don't have, like, the proper thought to do the whatsamahoozies, words will probably reach me at some point, right, but not today. Oh, 2 hours ago, Fang Zephyr started following me. Hopefully, I wonder if they're here. Maybe they're not, who knows. Alright, let me get the game up and running, because normally that takes, like, a couple minutes for me, because it, like, has to check updates every time, and then I have to put in all my details. It doesn't decide to save the password and then ask for 2FA. It's like, nope, you have to enter in your password and the 2FA. It's like, just remember one or both, please. Wouldn't that just be helpful? But no, it doesn't do that. So yeah, so... wouldn't there be a 900 and... or a 1 kilometer stare? The 1,000-yard stare is just a euphemism for, like, that whole shell shock PTSD thing that soldiers were having and what have you. It's not an actual, like, you know, trying to stare out 1,000 yards or something. You gonna be playing Fallout 76 with me in the background? Nice! Why are your ambos look angry today? It's probably just because of tracking. Like, hang on a second. It's probably just having a fun time trying to do, like, the tracking a different, like, fashion. Hang on a second. Let me fix that. Hang on. Like, I'm not supposed to be looking angry. Alright, let me just, like, brush my hair back. And then, let me just adjust the, Alright, get ready with the button. Alright, here we go. Looking forward, straight ahead. Doop. There we go. Hopefully that's looking better. Yeah, that's looking a lot better. So maybe it's just a case of as I look down, it does like because this is the thing is that even though like this is me sitting up straight, facing forward, but then because like the top like ergonomics wise, the top of your screen should be at your eye level. So when you're actually like looking at things, you're not like forcing your head upwards or in any like long-term strain. You're instead just dipping it down slightly. So maybe so yeah, so maybe it's just like as I'm doing like this whole like looking down thingy-majiggy for long term is like what's happening. But yeah, hopefully it'll be fixed and what have you for everyone. So I've moved the OBS like over onto the left here, so because that's normally where I put it. Now it's better. Nice. He was just being funny with the measurements. No, that's fair enough, Bone. Hi there, Sky. Welcome to the stream. All right, so we had Furry Cures in first. Then Bookie showed up. We got Sawyer Rabbit. We got Bone. We got new YY. I can't remember. Did you explain... Actually, YY, did you explain why you needed, like, a, you needed, like, a new... Like, because I think there is... Like, there's a previous YY account, but it doesn't... But there's no mention of, why there's a quote-unquote new YY. So... But yeah. Alrighty, Alright, everything looks to be working. So, swap over to the game. I will pause the music. And there we go. Yee! So yeah, so. Here we go. Your previous account was blocked. Wait, did I block it or was Twitch, like, blocking it? Because, I hate to break it to you, but if you've made a new account because as like you being blocked or some shit from a from the Twitch system, yeah, you can get in trouble for that. YY. You can get in trouble for like creating another account after being blocked because that's called like that's like, you know, skirting the actual like block or ban or something like that. You should be trying to appeal the block and what have you. You shouldn't be making a new one because that's how. Because Unnamed got in trouble with, because something happened on their stream or something, or rather, so they got a 2-week ban, but then their alternative account also got a ban. And their alternative account didn't do anything. It's just a viewer account for when they want to just, you know, look at things without any, like, troubles or anything like that. Alrighty, so I have a lot of storm seals. So yeah. I have not yet completed the Yokai Pendium, because I've got, like, the 10 medals in nearly everything except in the, you know, 3.0, or sorry, the 4.0 patch stuff, so for Lord Enma and the Damano. So I'm actually gonna get Lord Enma out, just in case we go into that area. So yeah, so, because it wants me, like, either in the Fringes, which is all the way out here, the Ruby Sea, which is really wide, Yanxia here, the Peaks here, Locked. I feel like the Steppe is probably one of the better places to be. They say no way to appeal. Isn't that called IP banning? No, IP banning is when your account is visited from a specific IP. I think theirs was just in a case of, oh, they saw that it was using, like, the same email address or something like that. Because you can just create as many, like, Twitch accounts as you want with the one email, I believe. You just need to, like, put a dot in for some of them. Alrighty, I am heading over to the Aft Castle, because I'm pretty sure I have some tech that I need to get rid of. So, yeah. Excuse me. Nose. So yeah, because, like, I was doing a whole ton of, yeah, the Yokai Watch, events and such. I probably should try and get that done sooner rather than later, but... Is this the one that can get me what I need? I can get way more venture tokens. Bardings, issuing of things... Glamours and actually, how many glamours do I have? I've got 13. Okay, should I have more? I feel like I might need to have more. Yeah, I can get like 99, which is probably a good number to have. And then Glamour Dispeller, I don't need too many of them. So I think 115 is enough. But yeah, the prisms are so then that way the plates, the glamour plates do their thing. I don't need... Alright, so that we got some of those, I think. Alright, let's see. Did I need to hand off... I've got like a lot of stuff in my inventory, but a lot of stuff I don't want to like get rid of willy-nilly. Okay, I will get rid of these bangles, however. I don't need these specifically. Platinum bangle of slaying, aiming. I'm not likely to use the scholar shit. I saw a celebrity got banned by Twitch 7 times. She continues to make new ones because Twitch doesn't like her. Yeah. There's, like, here's the thing, is if you ever try and go against, like, Twitch for this bit, like, for this thing of, like, oh, they keep banning me and shit, it's like, you have no recourse, quite frankly. That's the thing. It's like... Okay, Wolfram Mask. Heavy Wolfram Cuirass. I got these from something. I don't know what. Okay, the Divine Wars thing. The Cuirass I'm gonna keep. I like keeping a lot of the what's-mahoozy, words, if I remember. I like trying to keep some of the paladin gear looking stuff, because it might look cool. So, I think I'll get rid of the Ishgardian stuff, however. I don't know why I have those. Hi there, Wolf Zeta! Laliho! Hopefully you're doing alright. Prophet's Ring, I'll get rid of. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of the scouting. I should probably look at some of the lower quality. Actually, no, I was gonna keep a lot of the Disciple of Magic stuff. But I was going to get... was I gonna get rid of the Disciple of War? Probably worth getting rid of the Disciple of War stuff, quite frankly. The likelihood of me going through, like, more of the thingamadiggies is not strongly likely. I'm gonna keep these pink stuff, however, because there isn't a lot of times when you get rings and bracelets in the early levels, and for a while, like, when you're going through all... If you're going through, like, a new thingamadiggy, they give you, like, they have you use the weathered equipment for so long until you get to, like, level 50 or something ridiculous like that, so yeah, I'll keep those. Get rid of the Grimoire. Let's see, Disciple of Magic, Disciple of War. I'm just cleaning out my inventory of, like, you know, all the equipment I have. What is Laliho? Laliho is actually a, it's an emote that happens in here, okay? Much like the Manderville dance. Give me a sec. How do I have so much green equipment? I'll keep the Vigils, because the Vigils, they actually look kind of cute. Cool. Get rid of the Pugilist nonsense. Poacher's Hat, get rid of that. Magic. So yeah, I'm keeping all the Vigil nonsense, because some of the Vigil stuff looks cool, like the shirt. Capella, get rid of you. Blue Steel, get rid of you. And then we've got all these, like, rings at the level 47 mark, which isn't too bad. I feel like getting the rings at level 70, at level 40's area is actually a good range. I'm pretty sure I've outpaced that particular weapon. And then we've got all the Arurum stuff at 49. I'm gonna be real with you, some of the Arurum stuff, like, actually looks kind of cool. It looks very slutty, though, I will be real with you. Thaumaturgian Black Mage, Astrologian, Thick Vambraces. I'm gonna throw that away. Conjurer and White Mage. Long kilt of healing. Plague Doctor's trousers. I don't know where I would get the Plague Doctor's stuff. Dagger of the Heavens. Yep, get rid of you. Earrings of healing. Healing. Lakeland aiming. I'm not likely to get far. But yeah, I want to keep this Manusia stuff. So the trousers, the Sabatoons. I am really curious what the Manusa stuff will look like. Because this Exarchic coat of fending, it looks really cool. But I want to know what the Manusia stuff looks like. So hopefully we'll see it at some point. Alrighty. Alright. Our next mission is over in Ildebard. So yeah, I wasn't able to attune to Tertium. So it'll be like a long distance. And I don't... Yeah, they don't have a bell. They don't have a bell. So I'm gonna have to actually, like, use the bell down here in Lower Luminsa. But yeah, let me show you the, So the Lally Ho is this. Lally Ho. Lally Ho. Lally Ho! See? Lally Ho! Trousers versus pants. Choose your one. Pants. Trousers, I feel like, is something extra formal. Pants is like, you know... I feel like that has a wide variety. It's not limited to fanciness. Yep, all of them have completed their ventures, which means... Alright. A Varlet's Haberk. Never heard of that one before. Let's get the Gill out from you. Anything near the Dust, the Alexandria, Hive, and the Heavensward. Yep, you can hold on to all that stuff. Roller's Cocoon. Sell that, sell that, sell that. I feel like, okay, that's for a bouquet. I need to keep that. I need to keep that. Actually, do I keep decorations in this one? No, I don't. Okay. Alright, sort this inventory. Yep, cool. So the only thing left is, like, these 3 weapons, which I can probably use to get the Conjure stuff. Trousers are a British thing? Ah, okay. Yep, alright, so you're able to continue on with the rest of your day. How are you, Zebrella? Picaroon's Jacket of Maiming? Sure, let's have you sent out again. Anything in my inventories to send to you? Nope. So now, finally, the adorable Boy 10. Grimoire of the Crimson Lotus. Nice. I was hoping for the chest plate for the faded copy of Under the Weight. That's fine. Do you have room in your inventory? Yes, you do. Alright, so entrust that, entrust this, and that, and this. I'll keep these title things. Let's see. Morble, Ultimate Weapon, and Alexandra. Alright, so those 3 things I should, go to the Gold Saucer for. May it serve you well. Alright, so they're doing their thing. Not the Black Shroud. Thanalan to get to the Gold Saucer. As an American, you got used to calling it pants. That is true. Australians don't wear pants. It's way too hot for that. They go for shorts. That's their option. That's their choice. Alright, so the mini cacpot, here we go. Purchase a ticket. Alright, let's see. Yep, that was a fairly high one. I have not gotten a 1, 2, 3 on stream yet. Oh. Nah, of course not. Alright, highest numbers will be across here, then. Nope, they weren't. Bastards. Ooh. Maybe? Is this it? Is this a 1, 2, 3? Fuck. So unfair. Alrighty, and then I go to you, the Triple Triad Trader. Selling these cards. I wonder if someone has done the calculation of, oh, these, if you, like, have these cards, they have a resale value of, like, this and that. Because I imagine, because of, like, if you're just good at Triple Triad, just winning, it gives you MGP, but it also gives you a card, which then, ow, Meeps! What are you doing, Meeps? Dead. No more stream. I'm dead because of Meeps. How dare. Alright, you're the broker. Have I... Okay, so... Past results... Oh, okay, so no one won on that. No one won on that. Oh, unless there's multiple people that... Oh, multiple people can get that, I see. So, it went... So, the last digit number went 8, 1, 2, 3, 7, 7, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Probably random as fuck, I'm gonna be real with you. Okay, so I got my winning numbers sorted. There's been over 3,000 tickets sold. 8,788. 2,425. 7,343. The winning number is selected every Sunday at 12 p.m. Earth time. Okay, so 12 p.m. my time. No, I missed out on being able to do that event. Alright, doesn't matter. We got shit to do. Yes, let's use an Aether ticket to get there quickly. Good morning, Sage! Hopefully you're doing alright. This isn't the MSQ. We're getting to the MSQ, okay? We're gonna get to the MSQ, alright? We're making our way. Let me get some Gristle Greens out, just in case my bird can help me. Eat an egg. Alrighty. Because I haven't fully explored this area. 237 malms to the east, so literally straight away this way. So, alright, so you're a little bit northeast. Ah, there you are. You're right there. So I gotta make my way all the way up there. Alrighty. Next one is another 400 malms northeast. I imagine you're gonna be all the way up there, no doubt. Let's see. 300. Okay, so you're not. MSQ is an acronym for something? Yes, it is an acronym for the main quest, the main story quest line. That's the acronym for the MSQ. Have you? Hang on. Have you not been like paying attention to me in the last 3 years playing this game? Oh shit. 81 to the north. Okay, so you are somewhere around here. Alright. $86 to the west? Yeah, you gotta be... Oh, okay, hang on a second. Oh, okay, cool. You're only on the ground floor. Nice. I was worried. Alrighty, next location. 271 to the north. So yeah, so we'll probably get whatever is north of here, and then we hang a right back to Tertium. Northeast. Yep, I see it. There it is. God damn, there's a lot of these in the current patch compared to... Because when I was going through all the previous areas, it was only like 6 Aether Currents I have to deal with. Or something like 5 or 6. Over in this one, there's 10. Like, hang on a second. Like, let me show you. Like, Aether Currents. Look at this. There's like 10 in Labyrinthos. 10 in Thavniar. I'm in Garlemald right now. And I've only found 1, 2, 3... I've only found like 4 in total. 3 of them just now. So, they're all over the fucking place. Alright, is this going east? No, it's just going due north. Alright, we're gonna ignore that one. Knowing our luck, we'll probably get that one, like, you know, in a different part of our MSQ, so let's just head due east to our quest. God damn, look at this futuristic looking place. Also, look at that! Someone that is following the MSQ, no doubt. Alrighty. Dun, dun. Dun, dun. I'm using this particular vehicle because since I don't have all the Aether Currents, I don't have flying available. So when it comes to like ground transportation and what have you, this is even if you don't have the Aether Currents, this interprets it that you've gotten at least one riding chart. So you're technically faster on the ground with this motorcycle than with any of the other vehicles you have until you unlock riding charts, which you can get using a sack of nuts. Don't know why they call it a sack of nuts, but that's what they went with. Nice. Wait, can I attune to this thing yet, or... Nope, it's not responding. Okay, cool. So maybe after this mission or the next, I should be able to. Very, very, very busy today, but it's a good busy. Nice. Alright. Alla Luct Est. Once again, Julius has been entrusted with an unenviable task. You will accompany me back to your camp, where I will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Before we depart, however, there is something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. That task falls to legionaries Marcellinus and Octavia, who will pilot Magitech armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the Illy for further details in those words. Once you've seen to that, meet me by the exit. Dick. Granted, it's not his fault that we're doing this. The First Legion commander is forcing us to do all this, so... Marcellinus, you again? Ask the ill, he said. So, that's to be the way of it after all this? Why do I feel like we're about to go into a suicide mission with this one? For some reason, whenever you say MSQ, I jump a little because I think you keep on saying SAQ, which is a short answer question, which you was fearful to do at high school. Oh, it's fearful to do in university as well. If those are my orders, then so be it. For the glory of Garlemald. Yeah, something doesn't feel right. Something doesn't feel right. We are about to die. Or some of these people are gonna die. What do you want with me? Ask the Illy. So Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I knew he would understand. That he would recognize the savage as a ruthless, merciless creature, and to defeat him, we too must be uncompromising. I am ready. In the name of Emperor Varus, for the glory of Garlemald, I will fulfill my duty. Perk of being a STEM major, you don't need to do them air when I do them. They're like, oh, they're just science. It's just science. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Making my way through Tertium. God damn, this is a giant train station. Like, I don't remember train stations having roofs this high. Normally, you can get away with roofs being a lot lower than this, but I suppose this one is, like, used for, like, Magitech armor and what have you. What the fuck? I guess a cube. Hey! Tatsu! You can't take my shirt while I'm out in the cold like this! Look how cold it is! It's fucking freezing. He has ice coming out of his breath. This is disrespectful. All science. Also, if you didn't know, you're studying environmental engineering, so you don't usually have that much writing. It's just a lot of chemistry and math. Have you done as instructed? Their duties involve more than the transportation of supplies, don't they? Duty is rarely a simple thing. We have been given additional orders, though whether we will be required to follow them depends entirely on your contingent. You and I are in this together now. Like it or not, we have to cooperate. There is one other matter, a place I'd like to visit on the way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. Alrighty. We're just gonna have to hug to keep warm. I need to do things. Sir Dragon!
Thank you, Sir Dragonks88 for the 8-month tier 1 sub.
I love how it's not Sir Dragon, it's Sir Dronks. The TTS just has a hard time with your name. Oh, hang on, I gotta kill something. But yeah, thank you so much for subscribing for the last 8 months. You didn't have to deal with any advertisements, and you won't have to deal with any more of this month. And you have access to all of my fun emotes like these cool boys. He says it's a short walk away. That was fucking horse shit. There we go. Yeah. The search snatching brings up a very important question. Does your milkshake brings all the boys to the yard? Who then say, damn, it's better than yours. Damn right, it's better than yours. Yes. And then when they're here, I crack open a cold one with the boys so they stay here. Dun, 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 dun. Lingers by the ruins, reluctant to leave and reluctant to stay, unable to move on. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. I wonder if this is his home. It probably is his home or something crazy like that, let's be real.
This is my home. Our home.
Called it. Do you offer to teach him? Nah. I'm not a great teacher.
At least it was
I can't
until that
teach
night.
shit.
I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to.
He killed them, didn't they? Yeah, he killed them.
I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised. The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center. the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us?
That's not how this works.
I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
It's no use.
You have Magitech collars on. You're gonna have a very hard
Believe
time
me,
getting out of
I do not
there.
enjoy being here any more than you. But he wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
Mm-hmm. Cookie for Night Sky. Cookie for Night Sky. Here you go. Here's your cookie. Why does it think there's a hand here? Weird.
It's so cold.
Yep.
Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United. As one people, one race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what
are you
place
doing
is there
fishing
for
in
us
this
in their
emotional
world?
moment, Sky?
But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos. Searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
You got the right idea there.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus.
No, it's...
Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics. To see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
I don't know if they're gonna do the immediate withdrawal.
Demands.
But they will.
And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand, to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Siblings silly hands, I suppose.
Yes.
Whether for better or for worse.
Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alice.
Huh? Estidian! Nice! I didn't know he was going to be helpful. Alright, what's happening here?
The scouts have secured Alize and Alphino. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties.
Hello!
Not for their party, nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
Hi there, Lysandra. So we just, you know, got rid of their bargaining chip.
It would appear the situation has changed.
You're still lacking supplies.
I propose
You're
new
still lacking,
terms.
you know...
We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
Yeah, I'd do it. Good work.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Oh boy.
Push!
More are coming! Make ready!
Oh, Jesus, they actually had more than just the 2 magic texts, it seems.
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return!
This is a waste.
Stop, both of you!
This child may be the worst emissary I've ever seen.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience.
Okay.
They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure.
Oof.
Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies. Every word.
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord?
Oh, joy.
What are your orders?
Now, is he gonna be he's just gonna be an old man, isn't he? He's gonna be an old man and just, you know, object to this kind of, like, forward thinking, or is he... Come on.
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision.
Nice.
Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you.
It didn't have to go like this, old man.
I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity.
Subjugation is not unity, old man.
We are ghosts, you and I. Memories of days gone by.
How's it going, Husky, by the by?
Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Oh, please don't tell me you're actually gonna be killing yourself or some bullshit like that. Jesus. If you're doing a last stand, it's foolish, but sure. But no, come on.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
Oh boy. So he did. That's not great. Oof. You think they changed that scene? What do you mean? He's fucking dead! There isn't any ambiguity there! He's fucking dead right now! Because all you used to hear was the gunshot and not see them dead. Ah, okay. So they made it even a bigger confirmation. As for determining what comes next, we must speak to Lord Quintus. Lord Quintus is fucking dead! Also, hi Pox, how dare you steal my shirt? 525 versus 5... Still not good enough. Before we proceed, tell me what you know of the First Legion and the disposition of their forces. They were preparing for war while the refugees in their care were left to go hungry. A reckless, short-sighted plan that risks the welfare of the people they are sworn to protect. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we were to arrive in force with the intent to do so, we would only incite panic. But perhaps they can be persuaded to follow one of their own. Go with Julius back to the station and have him lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling or unable to leave, but for the time being, I'll take what I can get. Alphino, Alizé, and the scouts sent to extricate them should already be at the station. I will also have our other comrades in the area lend their support should it be needed. Understood. But yeah, like, that whole scenario is a fucking, like, terrible, like, World War I kind of take that the old man have. Like, he was given, like, he was set in a terrible position of reduced forces, reduced resources, having to protect his men and refugees, while there was, let's be real, a war on two fronts. There was the internal civil war going off, and then us trying to, you know, help them out and all this kind of bullshit. Like, you stupid man. The only reason we're here where we are right now is because they thought there were, like, no allies that could be given to Garlemald. And this is all because of the Garlemald teaching of, like, there's only Garlemald. Everyone has to be, like, united under the one banner. But then there's the toxicity of, even if you're united under the one banner, it's a case of this unity is, like, not an actual, like, utopia unity. It's a dystopia. Okay, you've been, like, you know, subjugating those as, like, quote-unquote lesser class, as in coming up with, like, all kinds of strife. So that when the Civil War broke out, it was not the lower class helping out the right side. The lower class, you know, was already having to deal with themselves, so then it ended up being 2.5 fronts that you were fighting on, where one of them was just playing agnostically. They did not care whether... they did not care for the Civil War, and they didn't care for the invasion. They were just trying to be alive and not be in someone's bad graces. So, and the only reason he did what he did is because he was fucking prideful. He did... I know you're not supposed to speak ill of the dead, but god damn it, God damn it. Like... you and your pride. Grant. And Jules. We have arrived just before you did. And too late. Too late for what? What happened? It's Lord Quintus. He took his own life. We just want to help. Why they gotta make it so hard? Well, to be real, for the last, like, 10 plus years, Garlemalds have been, you know, under the assumption that we are savages. We can't even manage our own lands, as there's all kinds of infighting with, like, you know, primal, like, beast tribes and such, and ourselves. we have an alliance across 3 different nations, all of us with our different methods of governing and our different hierarchies that aren't easily able to have one over the other. Like, we are just seen as a mess to the Garlemald, and the Garlemalds have been for a very long time trying to go into our territories and, you know, show us how, you know, shit's meant to be governed and done, so then that way you don't deal with the beast tribes and what have you, and we've objected to that help for a very long time. So for us to then really quickly turn around and be like, you guys are fucking stupid, we're going to go into your lands and, you know, save you from yourselves, yeah, that's not going to play out for a lot of prideful people. They have not hit rock bottom yet. That's the thing with this Garlemald here. It's like, sure, we're in, like, a fucking war zone right now, but we're in the outer, like, areas of Garlemald. We've not even hit a capital city yet. We've just been hitting residencies where the amount of communication they get from the capital city is limited, where you're either, you know, turned into, like, a sundered, or you're nearby a propaganda radio, and the propaganda radio is telling you everything is going to be better, we shall become stronger, and yada yada yada. So, there's all that. If they weren't a prideful nation, they wouldn't be as large as they are, but because they're a prideful nation, they're not going to be accepting help from us anytime soon. They are seeing us as invaders. They're seeing us responsible for the problems in Garlemald, despite the fact that the issue that happened in Garlemald that led to the Civil War has been concocted quite literally from only their inside. Their nation was started by an Ascian, an unsundered Ascian, should I say. The Ascian, like, you know, did all kinds of work to make it as to the nation that it is, and the only reason that their current emperor didn't abolish the Ascian full stop is because, well, how the fuck are you supposed to say, that you're, like, you know, origins are, you know, absolutely false and have been moved on false pretenses. And then after all that goes off, the Crown Prince murders his father, but we don't know that. The general populace don't know that. All they see is a disgruntled general being responsible for the death of the emperor, and your options are either a Crown Prince who is, you know, fucking insane, and you at first only interested in war and not of his own people, and then a second choice of someone also within the family who apparently isn't as bad. I have not seen this person yet, so we have no clue if he's actually a good fit or worse. All the problems that are happening in Garlemald now are happening, like, internally. And we're just sort of, like, fucking things over by coming in before they've hit rock bottom or anything like that. If they truly hit rock bottom and we're about to be, like, you know, onslaughted by the lower class or by surrounding nations that was not the Eorzean Alliance, like, maybe then they would accept the Eorzean Alliance's help, but so far, we're their only threat. There isn't, like, another nation that is being trying to go in and that we've, you know, made them be like, the enemy of your enemy is your friend at this point, isn't it? No. Their enemy has always been us. Hi there, little Incineroar. After the news about the 10th, he relieved us of our duties. Then, when he was alone, he... Cerveza Cristal! Okay, I am going to really quickly get myself a soda stream, because I've got my water on the left here, but I want to give myself, like, a little fuzzy drink, I'm sorry to say, so be right back as I get myself a, as a soda. Grabbing a soda stream. Tell me what he can turn into! During the 4th War, in Oh, would you look at that? That's a Final Fantasy XIV clip right fucking there. In bear form! 4th Age, in bear form! You're not telling me he can turn into a bear? It's called bear form!
That's not canon.
What do you mean it's not canon? What do you mean that's not canon? What do you mean that's not canon?
I, GrantZeebs, love being put in a cute maid outfit and love
And then we transfer once more. Let's do it again. Hide this thing. Back over here. Alrighty, there we go. So yeah. Oh, no, wait. Look at that rainbow. Isn't that fantastic? Sharon just being like, hey, 14. 14. 14. Have you heard of the critically acclaimed final... Wait, hang on a second. I got the text. Hang on a second. Let me get the text. Sashara's just like tapping away and it's like, did you know the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV has a free trial and includes an entirety of a Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heaven's Word up to level 60 with no restrictions on playtime? Sign up and enjoy Eorzea today. Human being. What's the trick, Gold Buick? I've already lost my shirt, and you can't take my pants, so... Do tell me of this so-called trick you have in stock. Ah! Alright, I got my soda stream here. I just had to give it a little bit of a shake after I got all the what's-mahoozy things. But yeah, alright, I'm back. No. No. He wouldn't. He absolutely would. Thancred and the others, assisted by the soldiers, have seen to the remains. In due course shall the legatus be afforded a proper burial. He released us from our duty. He wanted us to be free. Free to choose our own fate. Without him to guide us, About to try it. Let's give it a try. Here we go. I might need to swap out the SodaStream canister because it seems there isn't much of a fizz to this one. So I think I might need to swap the canister around. I have just this moment spoken to Lucia. We are ready to commence the transfer of the refugees here to Camp Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die, but most of us just want to live. Songs and standards be damned, we just want to live! We'll need to speak with the refugees. They'll have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If any would prefer to stay, we can have supplies brought over for them. It'll be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see they reach our camp safely. The absolute fucking drip on this man. Alright, hang on. There's something I need to do. Hang on a sec, because someone posted in the Discord this thingy-majiggy, and I need to do it here. Like, look at this portrait. Actually, no, that's not what I want. Portraits. Here we go. So, we got the warrior here. Hang on a second. Edit. Save. Close. Alright, here we go. Control ting. And then I grab from this corner to this corner. let's see, what are some... So yeah, I've not done anything for the white mage here. Let's see if there's, like, something we can have the character doing. Alright, hang on. So they'll do the animation, and then... Pause. Alright, and then... Here we go. The expression will be... Sad. Scared. No. Reflect. And then the design. 10-year anniversary, the yokai, plentiful, the four lords, end of an era. So yeah, the background will be end of an era with the frame being... Let's go with white lace because it's a white mage. Little luster there. Alright, let's see. Alright, can my character... I can't really have my character do, like... I really wish my character could do, like, a thingamajiggy. Hi there, Jack. Hello, Grant and Chet. I am once again sneaking in here from work. Lol, don't tell my boss. I won't tell him if you don't tell him nothing. Snitches get stitches and end in ditches, as they say. And then my botanist is doing nothing. The miner is doing nothing. But yeah.
Hello!
Hello, Jason! I mean, it's not my fault if your boss so happens to join the stream. That would be spooky. That would be spooky if I'm, like, going through the fucking, If I'm going through stream or something like that, and someone like, my boss, like, actually went into one of my streams and was just like, hi there, and then just fucking uses my real name in here, I would panic. I would just be like, oh no, hit the end stream button, and I would just start expunging my records from online. You would never see GrantZeebs again if my boss ever... Like, if I didn't know whether my boss was gonna be fine or not fine with this. So, yeah. Alright, let's see. So... They're here. And... Yep. There's the blood. Bit morbid. So... I would also have called into work sick the next morning too. Just disappear entirely. Get my American passport, run to the States with the last of my funds, start life anew in the United States of America. No one here would know where I was anymore. I would just fucking gone. Ah. Alright. But yeah, hopefully you're having a wonderful time, Jack. Oh! Wait, did I send a message to Jack already? Hang on a second. I need to double check my DMs. You'll look at your you'll look at your schedule and keep me posted. Nice to know. Cool. Hi there, One Zach. Yeah, my day is going alright. You hope your day is as nice as your butt? My butt, actually, fun fact, had not been in really good shape the last few days, hence why I went to the physiotherapist. Because I went to the physiotherapist last Friday, and she gave me some exercises. This was meant to be for my spine, like for my lower back. And then, you know, as I was doing one of the stretches, I'd done something and I pulled my glutes, I think, or something. So both ass cheeks were sore, but now it's only like my left one. But I'm gonna be real with you, there are some nights that I'm using more than the recommended dosage of ibuprofen. But I'm 140 kilos or something like that. So, you know, taking, like, once you go from like 45 kilos to 60 kilos, they're like, oh, go from 1 tablet to 2. So I'm like, okay, I'm about double the weight of like the recommendation and such like that. So I'm gonna get double the dose of ibuprofen. Don't actually follow my advice. I am not a licensed physician or anything like that. Who knows if I'm doing something terrible to my whatsamahoozies, to my liver and such. You started early? No, you arrived late. It's past 10 a.m. You are behind the times. The future is now, old lady. Also, you missed out on, like, some, you know, problematic nonsense that happened because the first, Legionette or what have you, the doodad that would be here that is responsible for that, because he's not here, because he did that. So, yeah, it's okay. Plenty of people will massage your cheeks for free. Yeah, but I want to look. I need a professional, okay? I don't have a significant other that I can trust that will, like, you know, do the needful and such. And I don't want to, like, have my hands touched by a stranger who is not licensed. The surrender. The surrender. Yes, the surrender. It was only ever a dream, wasn't it? To think we could reclaim it, rebuild it all ourselves. Before this all began, I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. If there's a chance I might see them again, I'll take it. Take me with you, please. Yeah, these guys are absolutely fucked right now. All because of an old man too prideful to accept help, but let's be real, it was not exactly in a good position to ask for help because for a very long time, we were, like, responsible for a lot of the strife their legions were having. Well, got the Aetheryte sorted in the end. All it took was a few adjustments, and now it works as well as it ever did. From what I can tell, the one in Lettrum is also functioning as normal. That's where you lot are staying, isn't it? Now that most of us are packing up and leaving this place, I reckon there'll be more use for me and my skills over at your camp. Yay! We can finally attune to this thing after we've left, after we're leaving this place. Hello, sir. Moving on. Where's the Sinian sitting? I know not how to offer encouragement or solace to these poor souls, but if it's safe passage to our camp they need, I'll gladly oblige. You're still jazzy, no idea how you slept so long, but you are now awakened. I know why. Because you kept playing V Rising! You and your video game compulsions. You've been consuming too many video games. It's the blue light and the caffeine is gonna be throwing you out of rack. Before you know it, you're gonna be hunched over, and you're gonna be like, Danny boy, Danny boy. Oh hey, there's a azure-haired woman. What do you want? Hey, I should probably pick up one of these quests. Excuse me, sir. Have you seen a little boy with a hair similar shade of mine? He's my son, and I can't find him anywhere. It all started when I told him he ought to seek refuge in your encampment, and he started wailing and sobbing like I'd never seen. The next thing I knew, he was running hell for leather, goodness knows where. I'm worried he may have left the station altogether, and the streets above are rife with danger. Please, could you help me find him? Oh, you will? Bless your heart. If I know my son, he's probably tied to return to our house to the north of the Platinum Novum. Try there first before anywhere. He'll be easy to recognize, I should think, what with the color of his hair and all. I'm gonna be real with you. In real life, it would honestly be easy trying to find a blue-haired boy. Well met, traveler. Might I interest you in a chocobo porter? Ah, do not tell me this is your first visit to this shop. I shall upgrade my registrar with your name so that you may access this location in the future. Nice. Alrighty. Don't get my motorcycle out. Alright, so 300 to the west. Kept playing V Rising instead of Final Fantasy. Tick tis tis. I have not played V Rising yet. I have the game in my library. Sashera has been begging me to play it. because she wants to know what my vampire creation would possibly be, but like Minecraft, I am terrible at the interior decorating nonsense. Dun, dun, dun. I don't know if I'm supposed to be going this. Hey, there they are, the Azure. Hang on a second, I need to fight this thing. Let me just get it away from you, just so then that way you're not having problems with it. Whack you. Hit that. This. There we go. Another block street. Who are you? I am the. Who are you? I'm the. Who are you? Yeah, no, it's easy to find me with the red, then blue would be equivalently easy. What is Sashera's defense? In my defense, I went to bed around midnight. I was not the one staying up 3 hours past my bedtime to keep playing. Looks at Kobold. I don't know why you're the Kobold's not here. Dazarus is a big-time, full-time streamer and does not hang around in my servers. Mother sent you. Tell her I won't go to the enemy's camp. I'm going home. The boy with the sky blue hair has made good his escape. You had best resume your search for this something or rather youth. Goddamn youths. How am I supposed to reach these kids? How do I get in touch with these kids? Alright, let's have a look. Blue-haired boy.
Stop following me!
Hang on. I need to invoke my inner Bluey voice.
Stop following me!
Who the fuck is messaging me in the middle of my MSQ run? Once again, the boy with the sky blue hair has taken flight and will likely be looking over his shoulder. For signs of trouble from now on, with a wary sigh, you resume your hunt. Follow the boy from a safe Lady Glam. Hello, Lady Glam. I am going to be doing an escort. Oh, wait. If this is another escort quest, hang on a second. I need to do a prediction poll. Hang on a second. So how many to tail the girl? Start a prediction. It's gonna be tail the boy. And it's gonna be, so, alright, hang on a second. So your options are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or plus. Alrighty, and I'm gonna have this there's a prediction that will run for 2 minutes. There will be you will hear a horn and everything. You will have the opportunity to predict how many times it takes me to tail this boy. So, this is my first attempt. So, and I will be real with you right now. I have played the stealth games. I have played Splinter Cell. I've played a Hitman. I have played Assassin's Creed. I know how to do a tailing mission. I am not some green-eared, wet behind the ears thinking that Dark Souls needs to have a cinematic mode. Granted, I do think Dark Souls needs to have some measure of like an easy mode, but that's beyond the point. Holy shit, we got someone putting in an entire grand on the first go. Absolutely fantastic. Love it. Love it. Who else is doing their predictions? We got a number of people putting in like small 10s, which means they're probably on mobile right now. One of you is being an absolute dick and saying it's gonna take me more than 5 or more tries to get this. Disrespectful. Absolutely disrespectful. But yeah, alright, so I have the... So, also, there was like a person standing over there, so I don't know who that was. So, should you fail to complete the objective, you may try again by looking out over this location. So yeah, so we gotta follow this azure-haired boy. Alright, so there's Lady Glam right there. I'll figure out who Lady Glam is at a different time. Has the prediction finished? I'll wait until the prediction is over. You have 15 seconds left. 15 seconds left. Vote now in the prediction. You might win a lot of channel points. Let's see. We got no one who's put in for 4th. We got someone for 3, someone for 2, and a lot of money on 1. And prediction is closed. We shall now begin the tailing mission. Thank you, Lady Glam, for distracting the boy. Shit. Alrighty. Alright, is he gonna back... Okay, cool. He's not backtracking. So, he's just taking a... He's doing a short walk. Jesus Christ. Alright. I'm glad the Chocobo is not responsible for my, Oh, hang on. Nope, stay. Alright, where are you going? Jesus Christ, boy, what are you doing? What do you mean I need to be stealthier? This is about as stealthy as I can be right now. That's not stealthier! Okay. I want to move to that tram car. I feel like I'll have a closer... Come on, come on, come on, come on. There we go. Alright, so we're a little bit closer. Let's see. Well, this is our first try. And I almost got stuck by a fucking train. Alright. No, our home. It was right here. And we did this in our first try, I would say. You again? Leave me alone. I'm staying here to rebuild a new house, bigger and better than the old one. Alright, hang on. So, I had some messages. So, hi, can we do this in a GRP? I keep getting so close. What? The child has escaped your grasp yet again, though this may be constructed as a particularly tiresome endeavor. Remember that he is only a child and knows no better. You should find him before he comes to harm. What? Ding. Decimate this thing. There we go. Alright. And he's under attack by this thing. Give it a punch. But yeah, I reckon... Okay. Someone is saying GRP. Does that mean a group effort? There we go. Ding. Oh, interrupted. Hang on. Why do you care so much? We're enemies, remember? Why are you trying to help me? As you had already said. Radio. How would your mother feel if something were to happen to you? I don't care what you say. We don't need your help. But Mother's worried. I should go back to the station. Alright. Alright. Done. Alright, let's send them a party invite. There we go. Hello.
Don't make me send you to Jesus myself.
Still? Alright. But yeah, I should say I'm gonna be helping out this person. But yeah, for the prediction poll, I was able to do the stealth thingy-majiggy on my first try. Congratulations on the one person who... Let's see, how many people had so much trust in me? Who was it? Who felt absolutely confident in my skills as a person? Sage, thank you so much. Thank you for having so much trust in me. Alright, so the chicken is now... Alright, so you're there.
Go suck a lemon.
In the stealth right now. Who is this person? I've never seen them before. View adventure plate. Due to privacy reasons. Aha. Boundless by Pikmin Pie. Welcome to my home in Boundless. Sorry, family member. Right. Told you taking the shirt. Their nudes won't be leaked. I don't look. I'm not asking for news. I'm just wondering who the fuck Lady Glam is. Like, look at her. Look at this bun lady. Trying not to be seen. You can go stealth. Don't know what you mean. Don't know what you mean, as I cannot see the azure-haired boy in your instance. Hi there, Skyline. Welcome. I'm trying to help out this person. How did you get that way? Oh my god. You want to figure out the pathing? So, Okay, so... But yeah, I remember, so this person... So they start around about here. I got help. So it was around here. Here I started. First thing first, went to this rubble on the right. Had to wait till at least... How dare I make chibi art? Oh, thank you! Are you making chibi art? Wait till at least they start running to the corner. This level. The next one was a tricky rush, so might need to sprint to give yourself better timing. Ding. This pillar, I stayed for a number of the checks, as he's very much in view, and you can just round the corner of this pillar once or twice. So here, and then there. Only once he's looked at the collapsed bridge from the west side of the train car do I what's the whoosies? Do I attempt to hide behind the train car?
I refuse to elaborate because I don't know what I just said.
And from here, he'll look at his home, and the stealth is over. Want to try the... Try this. All right, let's see how she do. Let's see how she do. But yeah. Oh, so yeah, just helping this person out. Okay, thanks. All right, let's do it.
Go suck a lemon.
Be nice. See what you do. There we go. Alright, so where... Yep, okay. so I can't see the kid. So then, you want to be here. That's good. Alright, so no enemies around, you're fine. It's hard to see, like, because I unfortunately can't see the kid. I don't know where the stealth failure happens. But be aware, you can have the kid quite far from you. So long as he doesn't... I'm thinking I got a bit slap happy, but yeah, I can get to the last corner. You can have the quick fire so long as he doesn't despawn distance wise. So yeah, because I think that's the problem with this Final Fantasy stealth section, is that there isn't an explicit, like,
okay,
distance
that's
meter.
it. I'm gonna spit in your mouth.
Don't spit in my mouth. You can have the quick fire. So... yeah, let's see how... Alright. Alright, grab you again, so then that way you're all the way over here. You're not disrupting anyone. Normally I've gotten until he's going around the last turn and waits there a long time. A few times I waited too long. Now I'm getting hubby aggro, but thank you. There you go. One more time. Yep, alright. One more time sounds good. It's a shame I can't see the boy. Like, I wonder if there was a way where you can do these blue tick missions as a group effort. So... I'm trying to think how quickly... So... sounds good. Alright, so... ooh, interesting. Normally you can get to this corner here. Come on, run, here. Yep, there we go. You're doing good. Alright, T. Oof, a testy customer today for you, Jack? I'm sorry to hear that. So I can't see their person. This way. Keep a straight line, and here. So, but yeah. So, I normally stop here. Yep. And then over to the further left. Because, yeah, this should be a good spot. I'm not too sure about this spot here, but I'm sure about this one here. So... because he saw me just before I got here. trying to remember if I stealth. Because he saw me just before I got here. Righto. It's hard to follow the boy without so yeah. Of my stealth. How did you get so good at stealth? Oh, easily. Like, okay, why are you here? Alright, hang on. So, ding donk. The pillar we were just at, I found, was still good for even as the boy stood. One moment. Here. The boy was still in view. The stealth wasn't seen as a failure. So I or even as the boy stood one moment here, the boy was still in view. The stealth wasn't seen as a failure. The range you can tail someone seems pretty far. So yeah. So. And it's only when he started running west that I'd move to the train, to the bus / car you see in front of. This is where he gets home and I'm good. Where should I be when he gets there? It's only when he starts running west that I move that you see in front of us. Here. Here. Just in case the distance between the house will move to it shortly is further from the pillar than advised. So here is where he'd stop. Pull you away. There we are. So yeah. I also need to check my thingy-majiggies. Yeah. Let's give it a try. Okay, thank you. I have to log here aggro, but I will try it. And if need be, look for it on Google again. Yeah, a guide might be helpful, as there'll no doubt be a video on the tailing portion. Dink. Thanks for the party. Hope I did well. And... Dink. There we go. Dunk. Let's see how it goes. Go. Hopefully they won't have too much of a problem. But yeah, I went through a lot of stealth games. Like, Assassin's Creed is one of my favorite series. I got into that on Assassin's Creed 1. I got into that release. Alright, so they are dealing with... So let me pull you away. Target is not in range. Oh, you son of a bitch. There we go. Alright, let's get rid of you as quickly as we can. Thief 1 and Dark Messiah have been good stealth games too. Hi there, Vel! Welcome to the stream! I was just helping this random bunny lady in their, like, quest with the whatsamahoozy. There's, like, this azure-haired boy you have to tail. I got it through in my first try. We did a prediction poll for it as well. But apparently they've been having a little bit of problems, so... Yeah. So I tried to help them as best as I can. Maybe I shouldn't have gone through the... If I knew they needed help on the stealth thing, we probably could have done, like, a thing where it's like, oh, let's do the stealth thing at the same time. So then that way they would have the opportunity to, you know, try and trace my movements. But I didn't think that hard. I didn't think that far ahead, so... Hopefully there's a Google guide for them that can help them out, but... Yeah, the stealth portion in this game has been fairly easy, like the tailing missions. They have been fairly easy for me to follow. Meow. Excuse me while I bunny hop. No idea who Rostic is, I totally forgot them. But yeah, there they are. I was wondering when I would see you again. I'm happy to report my son has returned! Poor creature, you should have seen him. Tears pouring down his little cheeks, crying his apologies to me. I know that you were the one who found him, though he didn't mention a word of it to me. I almost couldn't believe my ears when he said he wouldn't mind moving to your camp. He was dead against it only hours ago. What could have happened, I wonder? What, he was attacked? By that horrid Magitech, you say? Goodness, that must have been quite a shock for my little man. Thank you for coming to his rescue. There is a sultry lesson to be gained from all this, though one that I hope he retains. Do not scorn a proffered hand when one is in need, whether that hand be friend or foes. At any rate, I thank you for finding him. It's not much, but please, I insist. Yay, I got myself an Aether Current for that. Alright, so that player is not recruiting anyone. They have not done an adventurer plate. I'll keep the tell in their thingy-majiggy. I don't know what this illegitimate marker's doing. What is he doing? Despite everything, it's still you. Thanks for the Undertale message there. I really appreciate it. Okay, we got another mission to do. But yeah, you love Garlemald. It's so perfectly dreary and depressing. They did such a great job. Oh boy! I love it when my fantasy with the hint of, like, magical technology has the right depresso feeling to try and make me have a fantasy escape from the dredges of the world as we slowly devolve into a Children of Men apocalypse style. Thank goodness. Flavius. Ah, it's you. The one who treated me with such kindness. I heard from the others that you're not from around here. I thought you were one of us. Not that it makes much difference now. Pure bloods, migrants, savages. After a while, the words start to lose meaning, until all you've left with is anger, hate, and fear. And I'm too tired. If you and yours have come to offer aid, I'd gladly accept it. Nice. Let me just get rid of the Defiance. It's not needed. We have much to discuss. Our rescue, the attack on Camp Broken Glass, what we'd hoped to talk about with Quintus. But all of that can wait. More urgent matters demand our attention. Are any of the refugees willing to come to our camp? Mm-hmm. Thank the 12. Thank the 12. You and I should go first and secure the route back to Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures and tempered skulking about, I expect we'll have our hands full. This should come in handy. Conqueror's Chain, courtesy of our Lominsian friends. I'd save it for the Tempered, though. I'll mark a few points that need surveying on your map. Once you've taken care of the riffraff, we'll meet back at our camp. Alrighty. I don't know what the Conqueror's Chain is for. Alright, so we got 4 different locations to surveil, going 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, I should probably... Egg. There's probably better / cheaper foods, like, for the benefits that I could eat, but egg. Egg will do. Oh yeah, I have not explored all of this because, well, that's a waste of time. I got things to do. This might actually be about as good of a time as I can talk about this, considering it's now, like, you know, 2 hours into the stream, but I'm planning to go take a break from streaming in June. After the party game stream that I have hosting in June 1st, I'm going to be taking I'm going to be taking a month-long break. I have this desire to, like, try and fix up a few of my things IRL, and trying to balance work, offline, like, Persona and online Persona is not working 100% well right now. So I'll get a schedule out for what the rest of the month is gonna look like, because rather than do like a week by week thing, I want to you know, I want to like show like, hey, this is what we're going to be doing for the rest of the month. I'll be going on break after this. And like, this isn't going to be like a break where it's like, oh, kind of half-assed, where it's like, I'm not going to do planned streams, and that's it. It's like, no, this is going to be like a legitimate like break from the internet as much as I can. This is a break where there just isn't going to be any streams, either planned or impromptu in the month of June. The Discord, the TikTok, the Twitter, the Blue Sky, like, a lot of things are just not going to be, there's not going to be engagement on there. I'll probably, deactivate the invite code and such like that from the Twitch and things, so then that way I don't accidentally have people, you know, joining in on the Discord when there's like, you know, I'm not going to be on it or anything like that, so yeah. Because I've just not been doing a really great balance. Like, it's been several years now that I've been doing streaming, and in that time, I've kind of lied to myself of, oh, I can make a balance, and I still continue streaming before I get to that balance. It's like, I don't think that's the case. With the amount of times I've tried, I've just not succeeded. I have still continued to put efforts into the streaming, and like, because I've done it for this long, it's less of a motivation thing of like why I continue streaming. It's very much a case of I have been able to discipline myself so that, you know, I do the however many times a week I stream. But, hang on a sec, what am I using here? I am using the Conqueror's Chain. Hi there, Wild Saber. Alright, so we surveyed that location. Next one. Also, is this a creature that I... Nope, the overgrown roses are not for that. Okay, cool. So... yeah, I wanna actually, like, you know, put some effort into improving my habits and what have you. Hi there, Wild Saber. And the trials that I've tried when I've been streaming and such like that have not been successful. And I just need to actually just sort of give myself a month to do that. So I'll try not to have, like, you know, things like hanging, like, for instance, me and Code are gonna be going through the Baldur's Gate 3. I'm gonna try and, we've got like 3 more streams of it, so we're gonna try and get through Baldur's Gate 3 in those 3 streams. I'll try to get up to date with the Endwalker and post-Endwalker. I don't know if it's 100% doable only on the Saturdays, especially since one of the Saturdays where, you know, we're going to be doing a party game stream. So you can expect to see more Final Fantasy XIV streams with that. Because looking at the schedule, if I don't do anything in June, once July comes in, that's when Dawn Trail is released. Technically, Dawn Trail is released at the end of June, but I'm not getting the pre-order bonus. I'm only going for, like, the standard. Oop, hello? Oh, damn, this thing is huge. There we go. Alrighty, here is the next destination. Gain any, like, beast-stage stuff, because it looks terrible when... Phase chain on you. There we go. Alright, we surveyed all the locations, which means we can now head back to camp now. Alright, so there's another blue tick there, which will obviously be the that will be the aetherite currents there. Alrighty, there's Thancrete. Ah, there you are. As expected, I ran into a few beasts who went down without much of a fight. The Tempered proved themselves somewhat troublesome, but those chains should keep them under control until our allies take them into custody. With that taken care of, I'm to gather a few supplies and then return to the station. While I see to that, would you mind appraising Lucia of our progress? As it happens, I have some rather pertinent information from our recent scouting forays, but I'll save that for later. First things first, and after all. Hi there, Benru. Glad you're able to skip the advertisement so you get to have, you know, all this viewing. How is it going? You doing alright? Right now, I'm just going through more of the MSQ and such. There we go. Alrighty, Lucia. Ah, Grant. I was informed by Quintus' suicide. It must have come as a great shock to his men. What of the refugees? I'm told some were receptive to our proposal, but I would hear your first-hand account. That so many did not hesitate to accept proves how desperate their situation has become. We'll do our best to make them feel welcome. The troops who participated in the ambush are no exception. They will be afforded the same treatment as other refugees, preferably with a notwithstanding. After all, even if I wanted to make an example of them, there's no one left to learn from it. Hi there, Blue. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Hey, that's a new emote. That's your persona. That's your furry thingy madiggy. I love that it's just like vroom. Hang on a sec. I think I might know where that one's come from. Hang on a second. Did it come from? I have images. I have spotted blue. I have spotted blue Foxy Nicey Icy in the wild a few times when I was at Furdu, and I've, you know, done some screenshots and what have you. Hang on a second. Let's see. No, don't be taking my shirt, but I do appreciate the hyper himbo. Hang on a second. Hang on 1 second. Alright, this stuff is loading. Ding. So yeah, because there was some YouTube stuff. Hang on. So, hang on. So there was... Why is it taking forever to load? Does it just not like 4K content? Is that it? Oh, wait, no. It's not from my images, because all my images... You're set a little too blue in my images, because you're, you know... You're outside in the sun. Urgh! Ah, stretching! Sorry, stretching. Ah, Nani. Awesome. Nani? What do you mean too blue? All right, let me show you, okay? Look at this one. Look how lovely you are. Look how blue you are compared to your emote that you just shared. Here's another. Hang on a second. Here's another one. If it will load, give me a minute. Look at this one. Look at that one. Look at this one. Look at that one. Look how blue you are. Look how blue you are in this one, whereas with the one that you sent, like, it doesn't really have that blue. See, but yeah, like I said, it's because we're outside. That's why. Ding. Dong. But yeah, oh yeah, and then here's me. Give me a second. There's me. So that was me at Furdu one of the days. You showing off me in fursuit? Yes. Oh, wait, no, that did not work because... Alright, here we go. Cameraman. Me showing you... you showing me off in fursuit? Yes. Look, I got myself a seat. I was so happy. I got myself a nice little spot on the couch, and there was these lovely lions keeping it safe for me. Hopefully everyone gets the joke. But yeah, here's the thing that has disappointed me though, however. Everyone has been posting, like, images and all this kind of such of, like, oh, check out all these people that are in fursuit over in Furdu and what have you. I have not seen a single video from Furdu featuring me doing the Manderville. I did the Manderville dance to half a dozen photographers in my time there, and not a single one of them has uploaded it to YouTube. I thought I had the winning emote for, like, oh, hey, this will no doubt get me on the Twitter feeds this way. Nope, nothing. Absolutely disrespectful. You got shown with a knife? What do you mean you've got shown with a knife? I don't remember the shown with a knife thingy-madiggies. Alrighty, but yeah, no. Looks like I can't find the thingy-madiggy I was looking for. Close this tab. Damn it, this person, I thought this person was oh, wait, are they live? Yeah, it looks like they're live. Okay, cool. Sorry, I just need to double check on someone. Hang on. Are they gonna say anything? Sorry. They're playing as Knuckles right now. If you don't know who, like, hang on a sec. Sorry, I just had to double check on...
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon, Furry Cures. But yeah. They right now are, like, playing a Sonic game or something like that, so... And they used to be called Stunner Pony. They used to be like a possum, but now they're... I don't know what the species is called. Alright, cool. So they ain't noticing shit. Thank you. We will tell our allies that these soldiers were acting under the direct orders of their legatus, and that following his suicide, they offered a full and unconditional surrender. Perhaps Quintus thought that he had lived, he would be tried as a war criminal, and his men punished with him.
I refuse to elaborate.
Perhaps by taking his own life,
because I
he
don't
hoped
know
to
what I
absolve
just
them of
said.
any culpability. Or perhaps, like too many others, he was a true believer to the end. He was a true believer to the end. He very much was of the opinion that, you know, the only other way that, you know, Garlemald was going to succeed was with Garlemald troops. He very much was not in the interest of, you know, the Eorzean Alliance helping him, because, you know, for a very long time, Garlemald was seeing the Eorzean Alliance as savages. And the fact that we went into Garlemald isn't really a good situation. This is very similar to the Americans anytime they do anything in the Middle East. We're not really great at it. Who can say? I didn't know the man, or his heart. His reasons, noble or otherwise, died with him, and it falls to us to clean up the mess. And we get ourselves a hat for our troubles. But yeah, I do gotta say, you love Kalua's suit. It's everything that you expected it to be. It's a cool suit, I will be real with you. I've got a few things, I got a few issues with my suit now, but that's just more from the case of me wearing it after, like, gaining weight and what have you, and I'm hoping when I'm on break in June, I'm able to do, like, adjustments and what have you, because when it comes to losing weight and what have you, it's a sort of natural logarithmic sort of weight loss. You can lose quite a bit of weight at the start, and then it gets harder as it goes on, but you're still losing weight and what have you. Alright, Lucia. In from the cold. I assume you're curious about how matters have progressed here in your absence. Quite well, as it happened. Now that we've procured ceruleum from Trapper's Den, the recently repaired heaters can provide much-needed warmth. Furthermore, we've prepared sufficient food for everyone. Those from Tertium shall find a hot meal waiting upon their arrival. There's one for you, so go ahead and get some well-earned rest. I believe that we're capable of wielding a ladle or two without your assistance. Ladle. Ladle. Ladle, 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 ladle. On your way, might I ask you to seek out your Stola? She was but recently attending to the wounded, but she's meant to be taking a rest herself. See that she is. Ow! Why you gotta bonk me, furry cures? Gosh darn it. The absolute disrespect from you, honest. Oh, blue tick as well. I need to pick up a blue tick, so then that way I've got the Aether thingy-majiggy at the readies. Fish. Nope, exclamation point. Fish is not available for non-moderators. You have to use the channel point redeem, and like the problem of the commons, it costs more each time you try and fish. Rimwald would like your opinion on something. Ah, just who I was looking for. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Rilmanold of Ishgard. I've been put in charge of our arrangement with Trapper's Den, you see. However, the very first of the trappers to come bearing Ceruleum has asked quite a lot of us, if I do say so. They wish for our help in getting Joturnal Platform G up and running. The very same platform that's at the head of the Imperial's primary energy pipeline. What's more, he's a Garlean. I was convinced the only engineers left in Trapper's Den were from conquered territories. In any case, I'm not qualified to judge the motives of the man. I'd feel much more at ease if I had someone of your experience helping to make the call. What are you insinuating there, Sashera? Are you gonna, like, abuse the mod permissions you have? Despite the last time you said that, you didn't do any such thing. Not you, Tragedy of the Commingsing us. Yes, Tragedy of the Commingsings. Where's the fishing redeem? Right now, the fishing redeem is at 75 channel points. It's not too expensive. I thank you for your willingness to assist. Let us go and speak with the trapper in question, then. He's a man by the name of Aphius. Actually, does the fishing thingy Medigi should work? Hang on. Settings. Allow players to cast with a chat command. Okay, I might have disabled that full stop. Fish hail. Mods can fish at username. Allow mods to give out a free cast to even if the chat command is disabled. If enabled, mods can technically at themselves to get free casts. The streamer can always use this function to give out free casts. Mods are not super users. Nice. Hide mature content. We're not doing anonymous data. I don't have anything cool to use StreamerBot for with all this. And that's the highest resolution you can go. Keep it to 60. Yeah, that's fine. See, look at Sage. Sage is using the redeems correctly. Good on you, Sage. Let's see what you get. Oh, a powder blue tang. Nice. Alrighty, there's another blue tick that we can pick up as well. I'm just gonna be picking up these blue ticks, so then that way I remember I need to do something. Yep. Ooh, this gives me some bracelets. Nice, but it's gonna be useless. I've seen you before in Tertium, yes? I was part of the first group transferred here, but there's someone I'm trying to find. A small boy, red hair. Have you seen him? He's probably still refusing to budge. Get shouted out, Sashera. My apologies, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Gala of the 1st Legion. Ooh! Just recently, V Rising, look at this.
Calm your rice paddy.
You calm your rice patties.
Okay, just because that name is adorable. Ooh woo.
Ooh woo. Ooh woo, what's this? Notices a new follower.
How are you doing today?
Oh, my apologies. Allow me to introduce myself. Oh, I've already read this. You see, I've been trying to help those in need. Some call me a busybody. In fact, before joining the military, I was a member of the Vigilus Urbani, and it was our duty to keep the citizenry safe. Old habits died hard, though, which is why I'm determined to look after that lad. He's been separated from his parents in the chaos, but he won't leave the station without them. Thing is, there's no place for a child his age to be fending for himself. You've seen the conditions there. He needs food and warmth, which you and others have been keeping enough to offer. I should go back to the station to try persuading him to blah 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 blah. Must have been so hard. Must have been so hard to say their name. Say ooh for me. Thank you. Well then, no time like the present. Also, still in my drip. Alrighty, so we got all that drippy nonsense. So we gotta talk to you. I suppose you're friends with what's-a-whoosies? I'm more than just a Final Fantasy Andy Blue. Although I will be real with you. Before I go on break on June, I am probably going to be playing this like twice to 3 times a week in the next 2 or 3 weeks. We're going to be going through a lot of Final Fantasy XIV to try and get through the Endwalker MSQ before I go on break. Because I'm going to go on break for a whiles, and by the time I get back, Dawn Trail will have released by that point, and I don't want to be farther behind than I am already. I do not understand. Have you yet to agree to any such thing? I merely wanted someone else present during our talk. Very well. Though I do believe my preferred deal would be a boon to us and the Isabard contingent alike. I used to work on Jutana Platform G. You see, I know more than most about the facility and its operations. That may be so, but your relationship to the facility notwithstanding, why should a Garlean such as yourself still be taking refuge in Trapper's Den? You've been led to believe that the former workers residing there were from other territories. You're right on the technicality. I was a supervisor, rather than your typical staff. When the platform went down, it only seemed right that I stay with my crew. I always thought we were close, but living alongside them in Trapper's Den has made me realize that I took them and their skills for granted, and that's to say nothing of a blind eye I turned to their struggles. That's why I came to you. It's high time I be of some real use to them and everyone else if we're lucky. Damn. Damn, I wish I could have a supervisor like that. Look at this guy. Coming from like a place of royalty, and he's just sort of like, ah yes, even though technically most of the platform is being operated by, you know, foreign expats and such, I, however, am their supervisor. And while I felt it was appropriate to stay with the rest of the crew, I have learned that I have taken their skills for granted, and I must pull my own weight. It's high time I be of real use to them and everyone else if we're lucky. If we can manage to get the platform back in working order, it will dramatically increase our capacity to pump and refine ceruleum for everyone in the region. Sadly, we're more than a few hands short of a full workforce, not to mention the lack of supplies, which is precisely where you come in. Help us get things up and running again, and you'll have your share of the ceruleum coming out of the rig. You couldn't come up with a more mutually beneficial agreement if you tried. So he says, what do you think? Seems trustworthy to me. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Also, why aren't many notifications? You good? There we go. Sorry, I just had to inflate someone's boobs. Yes, I've been leaning the same way myself, ultimately. What he says about the potential benefit is true, nevertheless. I doubt the higher-ups would assent to this. I suppose that's how it goes when you're dealing with military types. For what it's worth, I do understand the hesitancy to throw your lot in with someone from a hostile nation. Thus, part 2 of my proposal. I shall do you a service to prove myself worthy of the contingent's trust. I had a look around the fringes of your camp here before you arrived, and I've spotted a few Ceruleum engines in need of repair. If I fix them up, your superiors would have no reason to suspect that I want to see you driven out. Less reason in any case. God damn it, Sage! You didn't inflate me, you deflated me! I will be extra himbo for 69 bits, and I don't know what happens to the boobies with 600. Zeebs adding his own dramatic music. It happens. But there's no evidence that I do this. Assisting us with the use of local technology would go a long way, I'd imagine. That said, I've not heard anything about the Ceruleum engines we've scavenged breaking down. It's not as if they're entirely useless yet, but I guarantee they're not running as they should. Give me the opportunity, and I can have them working more efficiently and safely. You are welcome to accompany me while I do so. That way, you can ensure that I don't get up to anything suspect, and then vouch for me with your superiors. I have no objection. I trust you will sense anything amiss. Let us begin with a proper inspection, then. We can go to work as soon as you're ready, Grant. Bum, 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 bum. I wasn't donating my muscles, you deflated me! Alright, so talk to you. Get it is now can't keep him at your side. To proceed, you can leave him at any time. If you wish to accompany you, speak with him at the original location. Alright, cool. We need to go here. And we're doing... What are we doing? We are So we speak with Gala. In pursuit of power. Oh, hang on. Ceruleum engine over there. So we're inspecting different Ceruleum engines. And we're doing this so then that way we can get more Aether Current. Investigating that. Alrighty. Where is the next... Oh, there's the next one. A little annoying that they're inside buildings as well. I have a good eye for these sorts of things. There we go. Now, where's the next one? Sentries. Oh, there's the next one. I see it, I see it, I see it. Jump and... investigate. Nope. Nope, mount. Investigate. Praise be to your deft hands. I have an idea of what our next step ought to be, though. Perhaps it would be best to appraise Rimmelnod of our progress first. Sounds good. Oh, what can you give me, Gemstone Trader? You now have access. Doing the local thingamadiggies. Milk, hide, and fur. Okay, so not really all that much. Shame. Commissionary officer. Oh, that's another blue tick we can do. Ding, 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 ding. I'll put that in our little to-do list. You're sorry for your constant grammatical and spelling errors? It's okay. English is really hard, even for those that are supposedly English, like the Americans, or the Australians, or even the British. Alrighty, so... yeah, so we need to talk to Best Delivered, and over in the locks for some reason? Oh, wait, no, the green tick was all the way over there. Okay, well. I am fucking up on these, thingamadiggies. Ding da 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 da. Okay, well, I can't, like, you know, help her out because I already have someone, I'm already escorting someone, so I'll turn in this mission. We get the Aether Currents, and then I can probably go with the MSQ. The best people at screwing up English are English. They even made up an entire language of rhyming slang so they don't have to remember the actual words for things. Huh. You raise a good point. Also, ow, what's with my ears? How are our engines? Alas, I fear that each of them we have examined are guaranteed to break down sooner or later. You continue using them in their should you continue using them in your current state? Surely you jest! I swear it on my integrity as an engineer. You are in dire need of instruction in the proper operation of ceruleum engines. You saw the little lamp light up when you touched the switch, right? That only illuminates when there's an issue with the engine. They were switched off for want of fuel when the settlement was abandoned, no doubt, which prevented them burning out, only to let them freeze solid instead ere your lot turned them on. From the state they're in, I can only assume it didn't occur to you to warm them up first. Wow, we just turned off the check engine light on these things. God damn it, Garleans, giving us fucking check engine lights. You'd think there would be a magical thing to fix it. I noticed you have heating technology of your own, but it will do you no good should the engines to power them break now, will it? You have nothing to lose and everything to gain from my assistance. I am a machinist from Frozen Climes myself, and what you say sounds plausible enough. Very well, on behalf of the camp, I formally ask you to repair the ceruleum engines. I suppose that means I will be taking responsibility if anything goes wrong, so you may as well use your own two hands this time. That's the spirit! I knew you'd come around. Not even magic can beat thermodynamics. Well, why the fuck not? Why the fuck not? That's so unfair. Alrighty. Yashtola. Hi, how you doing? Yes, I've been taking proper breaks and imbibing sufficient water. But what of the Warrior of Light? You and the twins have an established history of reckless disregard for your own well-being. You're all fortunate that none of you landed yourselves in my care. I've already quite enough to deal with, between the tempered and the first wounded. Alas, though I can mend the bodies, the toll their experiences have taken on their hearts and minds is another matter entirely. For their sakes, we mustn't waver, but nor must we rush ahead in eagerness to see the day won, and in doing so, invite disaster. Upon settling down for supper, several cutscenes will play in quick succession. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Oh boy! Cutscenes up the wazoo! Alright, the next advertisement is going to be going off in 30 minutes. I reckon... I hope I can do a 3-minute advertisement ahead of time, so then that way... Because here's the thing. I am very tempted to cook myself some popcorn. I reckon that would be a fun thing to do while we're going through all the cutscenes, especially if we're going to have to go through a lot of them. So, hang on a second. I am going to run it. Hopefully I run this advertisement. We get ad-free viewing for another hour, and then we go through the cutscenes. It said imbibble, as in I'm and Bible. Biby. Imbiby. Alrighty. I'm gonna make some popcorn. Making popcorn for cutscenes. And you gotta make do with my BRB thingamajiggies. I'm back. Yeah, the Zeeb just can't do anything correctly, and this is supposed to be like just a first time I actually utilize my VR model before for any further modifications. Because if I keep modifying it, I'm just gonna be like, oh, I'll utilize it in after the next update or the next change I put towards it, and it's like I'd end up not using it, and it just be like, ooh, oh my god, look at the size of her tits.
Yeah, why did we not realize that was the first thing you were gonna stare at, not the size of the big fucking sword?
Everyone has a big sword.
I really like the sword.
Shove through your chest.
Shove it up your ass.
Look at the
Just unmurdering her.
look at the titties.
don't.
Stop looking at the titty.
But it's so good.
I mean, yes, but I don't focus on the titties as someone who wants to fucking murder the shit out of me.
Sharon just being like, hey, 14. 14. 14. Have you heard of the critically acclaimed final... Wait, hang on a second. I got the text. Hang on a second. Let me get the text. Sharon is just like... tapping away and it's like, did you know the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV has a free trial and includes an entirety of a Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heaven's Ward up to level 60 with no restrictions on playtime? Sign up and enjoy Eorzea today. Shut up! Do we have car keys?
No, I don't think we do. I'm gonna place the camera. Yeah. And
oh, Elon. No, you know what? You know what Elon Musk would be? Elon Musk would be a protogen. Or what is that species called? Is that the right name? Protogen. Is that the... Yes, protogen. Elon Musk would... Who did that? Who did that? I'm making popcorn. Be a protogen. Why did you do... No, I'm not giving you my leg. He would... Stop asking for my leg. I'm in the middle of getting popcorn. We were about to go through a shit ton of cutscenes. But the good news is you skipped out on all the advertisement, unnamed. Good for you. I can't give you my leg. I'm getting popcorn. He would have the goal to be like, this is an original species. Elon would most certainly, 100%, you can clip me on this one, so I have to... Alright. I got my popcorn. For whatever reason, all the...
Give me that leg, boy.
No, I'm not giving you my leg. So I have to stand by this. Also, if Elon Musk got a persona, the E-Fuse like stuff getting slow. Like, what's up with that? Make it seem like as if he. I need to fix that. Hang on a second. Core overlays. E-Fuse shout out clip. Properties. That's what he. Refresh when scene becomes active. Elon Musk would do. He wouldn't be refresh a snake. The cache. Click OK. Hide it. Show it. This is like a render of me instead of like hide that. Where is the E-Fuse? There's the E-Fuse. Properties. Shut down source when not visible. Refresh when browser becomes active. Refresh the source. There we go. Hide it. Welcome viewers. Welcome everyone. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. Thank you so much, Unnamed, for raiding into my channel. I greatly appreciate it. I recognize some of these names. Oh, Wolf Zeta, I know you. You were here earlier. Red Loop, hi, welcome. Let's see, Sir Dragon. Oh, Sir Dragon was also in your channel earlier. Nice. You are hungry for you don't get leggies. Maybe popcorn.
Give me that leg, boy.
No. But yeah. Alright, let's see what happens when I do the clip shout out for unnamed. Let's see how that works out. Let's see if this will work properly this time.
Frank says he can't get in for some reason.
Damn it! It's still doing like a pausey thingy-majiggies. That's not great. Yeah, this thing. It's not too great. Hopefully you had a wonderful time with one War Thunder.
Frank, you're right here. Wait.
I'm gonna be real. I was hoping for boobies. I was hoping for boobies. Ow. Ow. Grant is only friends with me for my tits. That is not true. How dare you? That's how we started being friends. We started being friends because of the titties, but we stayed being friends because of the racism. Clanker. Alright. So yeah. Son of a bitch! The most Australian thing you've heard. Hi, Velk. Welcome back.
Pull the lever.
No, don't pull the lever! Alright. We now have to settle down for a restful supper. This should be good. Hopefully the cutscenes are voiced. Would be great if they're voiced. Let's see. Hey, bro. What you doing, bro? Ah. But yeah. I'm gonna be eating on some popcorn while we're watching this, so if the popcorn noise is too loud, do let me know, so then that way I'm not ruining it for everyone.
Go suck a lemon.
Sup, Grahati?
Is that all of them?
The last of those who agreed to join us, yes.
We left heaters and provisions for those who wish to stay behind. They won't last forever, but hopefully they'll last long enough.
For now, I think everyone's earned a rest. We'll see to those in need of medical attention, so take the others with you and get yourselves some hot soup.
That guy's gonna cry, isn't he? Oh shit, Code, yeah, that's right, it's your birthday! Happy birthday, Code! Hang on. Hang on. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Code. Happy birthday to you.
Warmth. At last.
Alright, there's something I need to check out. Give me a minute. Nope, not that. Not this, not that. Bing. Feed. Hey guys. Guys, gals, non-binary pals. Throne has, Code the Yoshi has a throne. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get Champa. I'm gonna contribute to Champa. Let's see, how much do I have to contribute? Okay, that's a lot of money. I will put forth $50. Ow. Bing. Ow. There we go. If you want to know what I'm contributing to, if you want to help give that to Code... No, don't look at my throne. I would like this, but that it's not my birthday to get it. It's Code the Yoshi's birthday. Go to this item. Go to this one here.
Marvelous, isn't it?
Hey! House Fortemps.
All thanks to the resourceful machinists of Ishgard, I might add. On their behalf, I bid you warm yourself to your heart's content.
Hold on. Your people might have scribbled a few things on a piece of parchment, but it was Owl and Minson Smiths that put the bloody things together.
Well, be that as it may, we single-handedly got the interior heating up and running again, didn't we?
The hells you did! We were there every step of the way.
We? You barely raised a finger to help, you ale-sodden reprobate.
Now, you can't spell nutrition without nut, am I right?
I did a damn sight more than you, you lily-livered bilge rat.
Take that back!
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
Cookie for little Incineroar.
Here.
Did you see it?
That's ease, man. There's nothing funny in it.
Aww.
I'm from Alamigo, but was a conscript until recently.
Nanny.
Used to eat this with the officers.
Apparently, it's adapted from a steppe recipe. This is my first time trying it, and I have to say, it's not half bad.
It's a bit too flavorful for my liking.
Wow. How disrespectful.
Perhaps compared to what you're used to.
It's the little things that make life worth living, don't you think?
Damn, you're gonna make him cry. I know it. Damn it.
I know this
Look,
is not a dream.
He always wanted to do that with his compatriots and what have you. His leader didn't do it, but we did. It's gonna be shattering to him.
I felt the same way at the Dragon Song War's end. Every morning I would step outside and need to be reminded that it wasn't my imagination. That my world had been forever changed. And just as I had grown accustomed to the idea, again you change my world in ways I never thought possible. Were it not for you and your fellow scions, the rifts between man and dragon and myriad tribes might never have been bridged. The Grand Company of Eorzea, the Ilsabard contingent. We owe it all to you. We've shed many tears in recent days, of pain and sorrow, triumph and joy. I much prefer the latter.
As do I.
I'm honored to fight by your side. As an Eorzean and Garlean both, I shall do all in my power to bring my peoples together.
It is a remarkable achievement. Everything that I and the Populares had hoped for, and more.
Would that it had come sooner.
Indeed. Too many are not here to see it. And yet, there is a warmth in my breast, as if they still share in this moment.
Yes, I know what you mean.
No, I don't feel anything.
On a night like tonight, the wind and cold seem to pass me by.
Oh! A new color on the flower. Ooh, the radio is going to say something. That's not good. That's not good at all. Wait, what about the refugees?
On behalf of the Valiant Empire, thank you for inviting me today.
Uh-oh.
What? Emperor Varus?
Shit! That's not good.
They are being tempered. The talismans! Quickly!
Save me, brave hero! Ahem. My lord has requested your presence, and I would hate to disappoint him.
Be so fine.
This is not the right time.
Morning.
This is the worst time possible you could be asking for me right now. Damn, Daniel. Why you gotta be a dick?
The experiment was a success, but I fear our time is short. I shall begin the preparations.
Now, it is time for you to awaken.
Hmm?
Good morrow to you. Here, have a taste before it gets cold. Oh, but be sure to remove your helmet. Take a moment, too, to familiarize yourself with that borrowed flesh.
What? What the shit?
So, how does it feel? I, for one, find those first moments within a new body to be most refreshing. We had a Magitech engineer by the name of Aulus to thank for this method of soul extraction and implantation. I believe the two of you met briefly in Alamigo.
The dude in the floating chair, Professor
His
X
was a
style.
rather sticky end, wasn't it? Thankfully, he was thoughtful enough to leave behind his mind-jack technology. I took the liberty of making some improvements and selecting you as my esteemed test subject.
Yes, this is the first time my Viera has been wearing a helmet now. Give me back my body.
And permit you to go on a righteous rampage instead of partaking in this delicious meal? I think not.
Dick?
I must say, I have gone to great lengths to reunite you with my lord. When I discovered that his friend was in this neck of the woods, I suggested inviting you over for dinner.
We
He
are
never
not
deigned
friends.
to respond, but I took his silence as a resounding yes.
We're in the main tower, aren't we?
Oh my! Daddy is pleased his grumpy little boy has finally found his playmate. Ah, exposition is in order.
What happened to the
Guardian
Emperor?
Empire has long outlawed all forms of religion. No gods to worship, no risk of summoning. Brilliantly simple. But people being people must turn to something or someone in their hour of need. Who then? Why, His Radiance the Emperor, of course.
So just like
As
Shiva...
you have observed firsthand, Garlemald has seen better days. The legendary Solus Zosgalvus, dead. Provinces near and far in open rebellion. Our bold new emperor assassinated. And that last one even sparked a civil war. What rotten luck.
Yeah.
The people cried out for salvation. Their earnest pleas, one might even call them prayers, a supplication united for the Empire to reclaim her former glory. And so their will did manifest, channeled through the corpse of none other than Emperor Varus himself. And lo, the Savior was born, the embodiment of the Garlean spirit, their anima.
Jesus, Varus. You've seen better days. That's disgusting.
It calls to its subjects, compelling them to take up arms and fight. And just as the wealth and power gravitate towards the Empire's capital, so too does ether from every corner of the globe. The towers with which you and your allies have been so preoccupied were created as an extension of Anima itself. An ingenious design. Would you not agree, my lord?
So these towers aren't going to Zodiark, they're going to Anima. I thought they would have been an extension of Zodiark or fueling to create Zodiark.
Does the pursuit of prey you have bested before excite you? Of course not. Absent the challenge, the thrill, your prize is a hollow victory. Butchery. Perhaps you think that to be the extent of my promise. I have no doubt fallen in your estimation since Alamigo. Fair enough. But do not let your disdain deprive us, of an opportunity to craft an even more majestic moment of euphoria. I have been honing my craft as I set the stage for our reunion. Wheresoever there is suffering and despair, you appear to fulfill your duty as defender of this star. The chaos and destruction that my hordes have wrought are my gifts to you alone.
These are terrible gifts. Why you gotta remind us? shit. You've tempered and split your own people in a civil war just for a fucking reunion.
At a loss for words? No matter. As you will learn, I have only just begun.
Oh, will you not finish your meal?
There is only one thing that can sate my hunger, and it would seem my friend has lost his appetite.
He says as I'm
I
eating
hoped
popcorn.
this display of civility might prove an entertaining diversion, but clearly we are above such pretensions. While my lifeless body was in the possession of the Ascian, I too claimed another's as my own. It was an enlightening experience to fight in an unfamiliar form. Flaws and failings in my technique were plain to see. Whence rises one's true strength? The flesh? The soul? Perhaps you should like to discover the answer for yourself.
No thanks. Don't you fucking touch me!
Or together.
Oh, you... Oh, no, you don't! No, you fucking don't! Get the fuck out of me! Get out. No! Oh, fuck! I thought I didn't have to deal with this doppelganger shit after the Dark Knight.
If my lord were to greet your friends as you. I shudder to imagine what carnage he would wreak.
How do I reverse this?
We'd better hurry if we want to avert the bloodbath. You can thank me later for my generosity.
Mm-mm. God damn it. God! Fuck! Wait, are you literally just floating? Oh my god. Yeah, I can't fly in this area, so this is a bit of a problem.
Ah, there it is. Your camp, I believe. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say that you, the other you, is making his way there as we speak. Alas, this you will have to walk from here. Or run, if you can manage it. My lord would be cross if I made it too easy. Such ingratitude. I'd not squander this fighting chance. After all, you've obstacles enough to overcome. Right on cue.
Of course you had to put me in the fucking ruins. Oh no.
Tempered soldiers, with standing orders to kill those not sworn to anima. Under normal circumstances, you would make short work of them. But on this occasion, the odds are not so heavily stacked in your favor.
Shit. And here we go. How come... This is gonna be annoying. Alright. 30 minutes?! Shit. God damn, this one's actually gonna be painful, isn't it? Fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck.
Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, 'twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows, scurrying about like a rodent.
Close for good chase, magic techniques are especially in chance of being in the current state are slim at best. Okay. Okay, so we need to go down south. That. Come on, move. Move! You're not gonna sit there forever, are you? Saw you moving earlier. There you are. Okay, cool. You're moving. Move, 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 move. Cool. Medical kit. That's good. That's good. That's good. Alright, what's happening with this Imperial? Cool. Cool. Broken glass is... God damn it! I'm not gonna be able to get there easily, am I? And I don't have the sprint available. Fuck, 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 fuck! How did they want me getting out? Did I go, like, the wrong way entirely? Is that what happened? Shit. Probably. Oh, no, you fucking don't. Go. Alrighty. Where the fuck am I? Where the fuck am I meant to go? Jesus! can't go that way. What are we going? Nope, 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 nope. God fucking damn you. God fucking damn you. Okay, so I need to find a identification kit and something else. Shit. What do I need? What do I need? Okay, so identification key and fuel. Kit. Nope. Another medical kit. God damn it. Should be able to remove the tag and carry it to another location. There we go. Oh, I only got 14 minutes. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. However, you find a file of go. Medical kit, that's fine. Ah, fuck's sake. Come on, and got it. Alright, let's keep moving. Nope, 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 nope. Don't you fucking dare. I can trick the pathing. There we go. Nope. Ah, fuck you. I'm not gonna make it in time, am I? Probably not. Small sec. I probably overshot, like, my traverse. Yeah, I've overshot my traversal, so I need to head down this way. Avoid the Imperials around. Alright, so that was a lucky move there. Yep, okay, cool. Less Imperial to worry about. So this will do the fuel. I need to find an identification key for it, though. And I don't see one in an obvious spot. Search the area for the pilot. What? Search around for the immobilized... Wait, who's... There you are. Hello. Yep, cool. So we now have that. I'm glad I didn't have to go very far for that one. Okay. That. Alright, so we've got differentiating high-powered. There we go. Fuck you. Alrighty, how many of them are there? Jesus. There we go. Disembark. Alright, let's move. Wait, who's that? An armed Imperial citizen. Alrighty. Alright, you'll be able to help me, I think. Alright, there we go. That's one less. Let's get you out of the way. You're nearly dead. Come on. There we go. Let's get you out of the way as well. You'll be a quick one to do. Go. Anyone else around? Nope, so it's just this big thing. Alright, Bubble Lugs, let's get you out of the way. There we go. Supply. Wait, who's most injured? Oh, fuck y'all. Two, one. Come on. Damn, they are hitting us hard. Come on. Come on, get in. Come on. Oh, shit. Fuck, I forgot about the tanks. Fuck. What's he gonna do? Unable to escape the blast, you begin to lose consciousness. No! Don't you fucking dare! 2, 1, 2 minutes, 1. Yes! Fuck you. Keep me alive. You crawl to safety and regain consciousness. Okay. Are you fucking serious? Shit. I don't have I don't have a potion. God damn, it's hard. Gravely wounded and unable to stand, but still clinging to consciousness. 3, 2, 1. Come on. Get me off death's door. At least he's moving faster. Blurp. Just get me out of this fucking city. I'm crawling as fast as I can. Apparently I've entered Sanctuary.
It is a miracle we were able to restrain the Tempered without suffering casualties.
A welcome one. Arun, Senna, and the others have their hands full as it is. Thankfully, there are enough scales for everyone.
That's good.
And what of Euless? His symptoms were particularly severe.
They were, but others fared still worse, including some brought back from the Magna Glacius. As those in most desperate need take priority, it may be a while before he receives treatment. But rest assured that he will. In the meantime, we must find our missing friend. May the Fury guide you.
And also you.
A1401F1997 demands
disappearing act.
It was not by my choice,
When the first wave struck, we'd be fools to think it a coincidence. But where even to begin the search? No one saw him leave in the chaos, and we've no trail to follow.
While I know full well he can handle himself, I worry all the same.
Ah, speak of the devil.
Not me. That's not me.
Well, time to call off the search.
That is an imposter. Do not trust that. No. Graha.
Case closed.
That's him. Over there.
Oh, yeah, she's got, like, the fucking...
Aye, 'twould appear so. Thou art struggling to perceive his presence?
Please tell me she picks up on something.
I am. Perhaps, in the aftermath of the wave, there is some residual effect interfering with my faculties. But...
Come on, put it together. You've seen it a dozen times in a dozen different ways.
Where have you been? We've been worried sick.
Come on.
No. All's well that ends well. Are you all right?
Are you all right?
Nope, because that's not me.
Who are you?
Okay, cool, but do not get closer to him. What the shit? Yes! Oh, fuck yes! Can't believe I fucking crawled to get here. Enough, Xenos! Am I getting out of this body, or am I just having a really bad headache because I can't tackle someone?
Sadly, that is all we have time for today. The effect has run its course, and back to your own bodies you must go.
Okay. Okay.
But where are my manners? You have all traveled so very far, and I've yet to pay my respects. Though in my defense, I was ill-prepared to receive so many uninvited guests. As such, preliminary entertainments were in order. A handful of tempered soldiers to hamper your progress. Refugees to command your attention while I siphon the ceruleum from the shadows. Particularly effective, that.
Annoyingly so.
Charitable souls that you are, you bent over backwards to aid them. Heedless of the delay. Predictable to a fault. And so my plan approaches completion unhindered. Anima will soon have absorbed the requisite amount of ether. And then shall come the spectacle to end all spectacles. The eldest and most powerful of primals will awaken, and all shall bear witness to the final days!
Alright, so who was in the armor?
The gods themselves will be my meal. Your dear companions my dessert. Upon this world I'll feast, and death shall follow in my wake.
You are fucking crazy. Get out of my body.
All your hate, all your rage, you will render unto me.
Shit.
For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with
I
woe.
forgot your name already, but you're one of Midgossamer's
More terrible
sons.
still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation.
We'll do. We'll try. It's a little tricky.
Thank goodness. He's awake.
And Fandaniel, where the fuck did he go? Oh, God. So I'm not dead. Yet.
I am pleased to report you are very much alive.
Ugh. Give me strength.
Everything in working order? That's a relief. Oh,
Yep.
and before I forget, thanks for coming to our rescue.
Everything's working.
Given recent events, I would be surprised if you weren't feeling a bit poorly.
Tatsu!
A
Stop
hearty meal
stealing
and
shit!
a long rest would be my recommendation under normal circumstances, but these are anything but. If Fandaniel's boasts are to be believed, we must act quickly. Once you've blown away the cobwebs, we can discuss preparations for our assault on the tower.
It's terrible. Why you do this to me, unnamed? I give you great big boobies and this is the thanks I get? Disrespectful. Achievements in the current area. Did I get an achievement? Attune with the Aether Currents in Garlemald. Discover every location in Garlemald. Ah, okay, so really not that much interest. You're certain you're well? Nothing out of place? No missing bits? They took my fucking muscles! During this mission, you kept punching your table and screaming as you tried your hardest to get there on time, too. I was working double time as well. I was so focused. Good. Though I wouldn't promise the same for Fandaniel and Xenos after I'm through with them. How much must these people suffer before they're satisfied? How many cruel, pointless tricks must they play? Prelude to the final days or no, this ends now. Gateway to the gods with another Aether Current. Are you well enough to make your report? Yep. Fun fact, that quest was nerfed. Oh, thank Christ. I don't care if a quest is like nerfed after the fact or anything like that, because clearly it needed to happen. Like, I'm not like one of those like Armored Core or Elden Ring fans where it's like, ah, they need to not nerf this shit. It seems not. More to the point, we can surmise that wave of Aether issued not from the Tower of Babel, but from the primal lurking within. A primal whose cry rang out rather more loudly in your ears than ours. If you were taken to the tower itself, then this proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that it is the beating heart of the Telophoroid's machinations. They didn't do a good job making you feel like a helpless NPC. Oh, they did a good job. Here's the thing. The best part of that feeling helpless thing is, like, after you do, like, all the solo stuff, you have your band of troops and what have you helping you, and then you have, like, all the, you know, you're trying to take on, like, a divide and conquer thing, and then it's like, oh, there's an AoE effect about to go off, and you're like, quick, get here. You get there, and if you're dumb, like me, you forget that there's 2 Ceruleum tanks right beside you, and you just have this moment of, oh shit, the tanks. Because as the Warrior of Light, normally you're like, oh, I've got time to, you know, get from one AoE problem to another. No problem. Whereas with this one, it's like, you saved yourself from one AoE, and then it's like, oh shit, and then boom. Good work there. Don't get me wrong. Great work. Absolutely made me feel helpless. Absolutely, I was scared shitless. In which case, we have some highly relevant information. As many of you know, ever since we dispatched troops to free the Levilus, we've been developing a plan to infiltrate the tower. According to Thancred and his scouts, the main structure is Laos with tempered and enemy magitech. Furthermore, the road leading to it has collapsed, making it difficult to approach in numbers. Thus do we propose dividing our forces into 2 parties. One to distract, and one to infiltrate. The divisionary force will be comprised of the Ishgardian, Gridanian, and Lominsian delegations. They will begin the construction of bridges to make the Telophoroi believe we are marching upon the tower. Meanwhile, the best suited of our Alamegan, Uldanin, and Eastern comrades will use a different method of ingress. You can now send me memes, apparently. Alright, hang on. Alright, hang on. Can I share this with the rest of chat? I want to share this with the rest of chat. You can also drop that in the whatsamahoozee into the memes channel at this point. Probably put a spoiler filter on it, so then that way people don't get the whatsamahoozee. But yeah, this is what Davey Boy sent me. What an expansion, huh? Warrior of Light. It was a level 83 quest. God damn it. God fucking damn it. Hey, I got my muscles back. Excellent. Alrighty, ding, dong, bing, habong. God damn it. God fucking damn it. God damn it, savages. Yep. Look here. The facility marked in red is the Encoledium, a vast magitech manufactory in ruins now, of course, but the freight tunnel connecting it to the erstwhile Imperial Palace remains intact. While the Telophoroi attention is elsewhere, our infiltration force can use it to enter the tower undetected. Be aware, however, that the underground and rails network remains very much operational. The Tempered are using it to bring supplies to the tower even now. If it can carry their material, it can carry us too, provided we sneak aboard unseen. Imagine if that was the last quest of the expansion and we didn't even get to see the last scene. The last scene was us crawling towards the building. Oh, if it was that, I would be pissed. I would not love that kind of subterfuge of an ending. The Scions will lead the infiltration party. Once inside, you must locate and dispatch Fandaniel and Xenos. We will save the people of Garlemald and those who suffer the... Actually, no. I'll have my vengeance yet. I am mad. I want my vengeance. What's my favorite color? I think purple. I think purple's my favorite color. Or maybe green. Or no, blue. I think blue is my favorite color. We'll get our fill, you and me both. How quickly can we enact this plan? Fandaniel made it quite clear that haste is a priority. Of paramount concern even, assuming he didn't name the tower Babil on a whim. In Amon's time, it meant Gateway of the Gods. Zande used it to refer to a void gate, but in this case, it almost certainly alludes to something altogether greater. Ow, I just hit my hand on the bowl. The eldest and most powerful of primals. Zodiarch. All the more reason to act now. The rest of the contingent is aware of the plan and are ready to move at a moment's notice. You are to proceed north to Forum Patents. Lys's group will meet you there. Yay, Lys! As ever, we are grateful for your foresight. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Spare no effort in your preparations. Dun 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 dun. Why did it have to rain in the snow? Blue is a very calming color. Purple is your favorite, but for a long time it was blue. Do you like any specific blue? Ooh! I'm a particular fan of teal. You know the teal that was used for the Game Boy color? Like, I like that teal. I think teal is a nice one. Alright, I'm gonna do a blue check mark or two.
Zeebs is a cutie.
I am not a cutie. How dare you? Jump.
Go suck a lemon.
Boom. Boom. Alright, ding 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 ding. Alright, cool. So they're now following me, and I need to get them over to the Whatsmahoozies. So I need to go best served cold, and then into just before Trapper's Den. Can I just, like... Yep, cool. They probably weren't expecting me to do fucking that. Unless, hang on. Speak with the Magnum Glacius. There'll be some time before we're mapped the entirety of this vast expanse. It stretches north as far as the eye can see, unhospitable to even the hardiest of explorers. It's a wonder that the Garleans survived at all, let alone went on to form the Empire. Seeing the Magna Glacius with my own eyes, however, I've gained some understanding of their disposition. Sounds cool. Moving on. There we go. This is only hearsay, but I've been told these masses are formed with cerulean bursts forth from the earth and come into contact with the surrounding water, freezing instantly and capturing the moment of violence furthermore. The water mixed in to prevent the ceruleum from being set aflame, so we can't use it as fuel without refinement. The amount of ceruleum you get after all that work is barely worth the trouble. Pure ceruleum is wrestled straight from the earth. That's what those rigs you see off in the distance are doing, or so I've heard. Meow. No, 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 no. Could you fucking not, you weird trusses? I still have yet to, like, update my, my bar here to being something a little more manageable. Fuck you. There we go. Here we are, safe and sound. I couldn't have done it without you, friend. Now all that's left is to deliver the goods. Let's enter those caves and get some shelter from these freezing wilds, eh? Ah! Wait. The Moogle nut train is moving? What? What's this about? What? Oh my god, what the fuck is going on? What are they talking about? Also, why'd you have to make me bald, unnamed? Alright, blah 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 blah. Thank you for the thingy-majiggies. Why is there all these shouting going on? What the shit? Something over there. Behind the tree or freeze. Hang on. Sweet Jesus, what is going on? Oh my goodness, what the fuck? Hopefully I'm still contributing. Yeah! And I got myself a sack of nuts for that. Where to next? Oh, shit. I don't know how to get there. Well, it was fun while it lasted. It's a hunt train. They fight all the huge level marks. Nice. Also, what the fuck? Who licked me? Ew. Nut. I got licked by a tomboy. Question for you, chat. You can make this a poll if you want, moderators, but which one do you prefer? A tomboy or a titty boy? Hopefully there's people here that know the difference between a tomboy and a titty boy. Yes. Which one? Which one, unnamed? You just said yes. There was a preference put in there. Which one? What do you mean by titty boy? Have you not seen a titty boy before? Alright, let me present to you a titty boy. One moment, please. 1 minute. I will find a titty boy. Alright, you know what? I can just go to Unnamed's channel. Alright, right now they're chilling. Alright, cool. Busty boys and femboys. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. That's a femboy. That's not the same as a titty boy. I need something without a penis. Oh, of course. Of fucking course. I should go for solo. Yes, unnamed is a titty boy. Give me a second. Where are they? 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 I need something that doesn't, like, expose nipples or show a penis. Ah, here we go. Bam. Boom, bing, bong. There you go. Titty boy. Me and titty boy. Sent you DM. You sent me DM. Ah, excellent. All right. Oh, wait, no, that's a HTML link. I have to actually, like, bing, dong, and then, save, dong. Alrighty. Thank you, Unnamed, for providing me a reference so I am able to present to the chat, if I can find it again. Image, right-click, save as. Where did I save it to? Yeah, I saved it in downloads. Where the fuck did it go? Ah, here we go. Behold. Wait. God damn it, that's too big. God damn it, Unnamed, your tits are too big. It's too fucking big. Yeah, da-da-da-da. Yeah, da-da-da-da. Nope, nope, shit, I accidentally moved the wrong thing. Nope, wrong thing. Ding. Yeah, da-da-da-da-da. Alright, there you go. There you go, that's a titty boy. Look at that, you see, alright? So, now, let me just, like, do a quick zoom in, so then that way there's a little bit of understanding of what is going on. So, as you can see, hang on a sec, I need to move it, actually. Ding, donk, so let me just center it just a little bit. So, as you can see here, this hyena, they have titties, and they are a boy. Very important. They have titties, and they are a boy. That is how you tell the difference between... Also, I think I accidentally moved the thingamadoogies. Where's the... There it is. Dunk, dunk. There we go. So, that there is a titty boy. Now, a tomboy is different. A tomboy is a girl that is masculine. So, think of... where is it? Think of King Arthur from Fate's Stay Night. That is technically a tomboy. Sash, what are you doing fishing? Wait, Sash, are you a tomboy? Also, what is my moderator doing? I asked to get a poll started, and all they're doing is going fucking fishing. Give me a second. Apparently I have to moderate my own channel. This is why I'm going on break. Poll. Here we go. Which do you prefer? Question mark. Titty boy / titty boy or tomboy? We'll have that run for, like, amazing they let me do the poll. Thank Christ. Wait, what? There was a poll request? Yes, you didn't pay attention. There was a poll request. I want to know in my chat whether you prefer the titty boys or the tomboys. Teach me how to be a titty boy. Look, I can't teach you. All right? Like being a dad in the furry community, being a titty boy is a lifestyle, okay? There is no option for yes, you have to pick one. Easy, have titty. You can't split focus. Oh, you can't, are you? Are you playing V Rising right now? Is that it, Sashera? Are you busy playing your vampire fantasy? Are you busy hiding in the dark in the outside of the woods? Is that what you... If my predictions are correct, we should be around... Yep, cool. So that was that mission there. And then... Yep, so down here. It's very fun playing V Rising. Don't add us. Okay, maybe I need to play V Rising. But I also need to get through the MSQ right now. Look at... I'm doing busy work, okay? I'll try and go through more MSQ as well in other parts of the week, so don't get me wrong. There will be other times I will be doing Final Fantasy XIV. You should try it sometime. Alright, once this poll is done about voting for the titty boys and the tomboys, open up another poll on whether or not I can continue through Final Fantasy XIV, the critically acclaimed MMORPG, or if I move over to V Rising, okay? I'm not going anywhere. Not without me mum and me dad. Don't you see? It's for your own good. I could not care about this cutscene. I just want the thingy-majiggies. Yep, there we go. Yay. Alright, so. Travel, Aether Currents. I am one mission away from the rest of the Aether Currents, and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more to go. Also, I am voting for Titty Boy as well, okay? Like, sure, I'm like comfortable enough to think that the tomboys are attractive. They're a lady. They can be tough. They can be a little bit masculine, but if I had the option, titties. I prefer my titties, okay? I love how Sashera's... I still see the fucking cap locks from Sashera of, you should try it sometime! Alrighty. Because obviously I don't see Sashera here. Okay. Titty Boys wins out with 6 votes to Titty Boys. That's 100% of the votes. Alrighty. Sashera. Yes, you, Sashera. You, Sashera. I would like for you to start a 10-minute poll. I would like for you to start a 10-minute poll. You can add in additional votes if you want on whether or not I continue playing through Final Fantasy XIV, or if I move on to V Rising. Watch as Sashera's ADHD fails on this. Alright, where the fuck is my Aether Current? Oh, cool, I can actually go up here. Nice. Oh, look, a white girl! The tuning. There we go. Wait, can I pet my... Oh, I can't pet. Damn it. Wait, do they have... Oh my goodness. They have all the doggos, don't they? Alright. Donk. Ding. Where's my mount guide? Torgal. Hey, nice. Let's see, do they have... Let's see, do they have them? Yay! Oh, come on! That's a fucking... Okay, hang on a second. I actually have that one. Although I can't fly yet. Look at that. Alright. Okay, I need to... Alrighty, Bing. Next one is 200 mulms to the south. Alright, please don't die. I did not die. But, oh, alright. Hey, Sash has actually done her job. Your streams are very fun to crochet to. Thank you, Sage. I appreciate that. Thank you. I just need to outpace this magic tech and I'm good. 50 mulms to the west. Okay, it should be... Ah, there it is. Found it, found it, found it. Jump, jump. Dunk, 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 oh dink. Damn it, dink, donk. Aether current, attuning. If this is a job, where's my paycheck? I pay you an exposure. I pay you an exposure, so then that way you're more popular in some of the furry community circles. I make you anxious. I pay you in anxiety. I pay you in... Oh! Commendations! Because when you and I... Like... There we go. Free fishing access. That's what it is. Free fishing. Alright, 300 to the west. Okay, cool. So it is that way. Oh, look at you fishing for yourself. Oh my god. You're right. This is... Oh, hang on. Free fishing. Bruiser Dano. That's not an accepted currency? What do you mean? What do you mean exposure is not an accepted currency? I don't want the strange vase. Take it back. Nah, too bad. It's yours. Oh my god, some of these look cool. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's just an automated cavalry. Okay. Alright, so Aether Current is no doubt close by. Uh-huh. So... There it is. Dun, dun, dun. You're effectively confusing the chat. Nice. Great work. Alright, travel, Aether Currents. I've got 3 more to go. Where are the other 3? 400 mulms to the south. Okay. I'll get all these Aether Currents, and I'll be good to go. I'll be able to fly after this mission, I'm pretty sure. I'm like 60... Hang on a sec, let me just... No, not the mount speeds. Aether Current. Yep, so I just need to go through the 1 quest mission, and then... Yeah, I just need to find the 3, like, footsteps onesies, and then should be good to go. To the southwest. Okay, so we need to go a little bit more this way. So it's probably somewhere up there. Oh, nope, it's gonna be under this bridge, no doubt. Oh, what the fuck? Where? The fuck? Ah, there it is. I was correct. It was going to be behind another tree. What is it with the placement of some of these Aether Currents being, like, behind a tree of all things? Alright, so that's Aether Current number 2. Sorry, so that's 3 down. Or, we got 3... Sorry, we got 2 to go. I was going to get to it, don't you worry. 830 malms to the southeast. So, somewhere over here. Maybe they're just in an arbor mood. Maybe. 500. Actually, Sash, how is your drawing and the arts going, by the by? I remember you mentioned it like a while ago that you had like a lot of like different ideas and you were working on a lot of different things. I'm wondering how that's going for you. Southeast. Nope, it's not there, which means it's just outside. It's in this little... I betcha. Yep, it's in this little fang right here. Still slow going? You're having a game fixation? Isn't helping. Yeah, no, I get ya. Like, that's why, Sashera, in June, after the party game stream I'm hosting on June 1st, I'm going to be taking a month-long break. I'm going to be taking a month off from, like my online persona. I'm essentially just putting on pause, so then that way I can try and improve, like, my habits offline, off-stream, and try and be able to convert any motivation into discipline. Alrighty, where is the next one? 130 to the northwest. Okay, so it's somewhere around here. Oh wait, northeast, sorry, so this way. Where the fuck? It's over here, isn't it? Oh no, it's what? Cerveza Cristal. Cerveza Cristal. Alrighty, where is... No, stop following me, please. Oh, please don't tell me it's, like, on the platform, and I've gotta, like... Yeah, probably. Most likely. Alrighty, let's fix that. Let's see if we can fix that. Yep, it's up there. Okay, so... how do I get there from here? It doesn't look like it's going to give me an obvious route to do so, annoyingly enough. I know it may not mean much, but it counts for anything. You have my support. No, thank you, Sage. I appreciate that. I'm not, like, abandoning streaming or anything like that because of, you know, not feeling welcomed here or anything like that. I very much enjoy my time streaming and what have you, and, you know, having anyone here is just being, like, an absolute treat for me. I really appreciate everyone and anyone who comes along to these streams, either lurking, engaging, and what have you. It's just, I have been doing that for the last 3 years, and about 4 years ago, before COVID, I told myself, right, I'm going to get into, like, a better habit or something like that with my diet and my exercise and all kinds of things with me, like, you know, offline, like with my finances and what have you. And none of that has happened. None of that has tangentially improved since I've been doing streaming. And any attempts in doing so, I've had to split my work between, you know, actually doing work and what have you, but then also, like streaming and what have you. And my offline life has been the one that I feel like has been taking the most sacrifice. I've not improved the diet. I've not gone back into cooking. Like, my scales have broke. So for the past month plus, I don't know what I've weighed, but last I looked, I weighed 140 kilos. And yeah, at some point I'm going to need to, you know, fix all that. And it's not enough that I try and do, like, small things without sacrificing something in my streams. And I feel like if I'm going to need to actually, like, just stop that side of me for a while in order to better assess what I can do with my free time, and then try and, you know, figure out the sacrifices and such like that for when I want to go back into streaming. Because, you know, when it comes to Saturdays and what have you, sometimes I have to work in the office, which, you know, that's all, like, anytime I have to work or I'm, like, on, like, after hours call line, that definitely does put a hamper on me, like, on my offline stuff, because I don't want to leave the house, I don't want to leave without a backpack, I'm not going to be hanging out with friends and yada yada, but I will still, you know, I'll be here, like, streaming and what have you, so, but I need to fix that. I need to fix that for the times when I'm not on call, because right now, like, for instance, now, today, I'm not on call, I don't have any priorities besides this, and yeah, I could probably be doing a lot better with myself than, you know, what we're doing right now. Speaking of right now, there was a poll, and the results were... What were the results? Where is it? Manage poll. View the results. 7 votes for Vampire Time, 2 votes for the MSQ. Alrighty then, so... Let's see, am I in a spot where I could... Nope, it's just a cutscene. If this unlocks a dungeon, then like, we won't do the dungeon, and we're gonna go move over to V Rising, and we'll see how I go with that game. Grant, the way into the tunnel is clear. We've made sure of it. Then we'd best get in there before you freeze, including you. Oh, the shoe will be on the other foot once we're in. Believe you and me. A good fight should warm us right up. Barely enough cloth to swaddle a newborn. Clearly you have spent too long around this feral dog of a Dotharl. Watch your tongue, fool, lest I feed it to the crows. Well, we will see who is the fool when you freeze to death. Expect me not to warm your ill-prepared hide. These furs are for myself and my nominee alone, should I be blessed to meet her this day. Sorry that it hasn't worked out, but it's good you're taking time off. Health and wellness always comes first. You had a similar mindset when you was going into college, but you also kind of just slipped off and slipped away, but then during your second year you had a large health scare due to stress that forced you to start caring, so you really would hate to see anything similar happen to others. Understandable. Fair enough. Thank you. Thank you for the concerns. As if any woman worth would wish to be warmed by you, little son. Should we find such a warrior within, she will bask in my glorious flame. Yes, fuck already. Stop, both of you. Save your fire for the enemy. As for extra furs, I have plenty to spare. As do we. Since it's vamped, I'll say Dan and I have a V Rising server based in Sydney, so you can play PvE co-op. However, it is set to the hardest... Understandable. It's set to the hardest difficulty. Yes, for unnecessary encumbrance, if rather more susceptible to the cold. Let us review our strategy quickly, if you don't mind. Pippin's group has gone ahead to the Encludium. We are to meet them there. We will wait until the Tempered's attention is drawn by our divisionary force, then we will sneak onto the train. Next stop, the Tower of Babel. If any Tempered included are injured, we, Zalia, will tend to them. You, Scions, must press on, no matter what. We should avoid moving as a group until we've underground, so we'll need to make our own ways to the Encludum. See you there. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Alrighty, cool. So they want us going all the way up there. So yeah, so most likely would... Alright, let me just double check. I know I'm getting a little bit distracted before going into V Rising, but it's one of those cases of, like, for all I know, this could just be the mission where it just says, oh, and now the thingy-majiggy is unlocked. And if it is the thingy-majiggy that is unlocked, then I know I can just, you know, go back to camp and then log off from there. Oh my goodness. Oh my damn. Oh my goodness. Lally-ho. Lally-ho! My goodness. Matsuyo! You need fur! You need fur! This isn't Fiji! You need fur! Oh my goodness. Alright, so is this the... Get inside! It is... you're 99% sure. Okay. No! Do not steal my shirt again. No! It's good to see you, Grant. We heard that you collapsed, but we're given only the most customary explanation. Yep, blah 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 blah. Alright, cool. And then... Tread lightly now. Proceed to the station. Alrighty. So that gets us in here. And then we're waiting around. Dun, 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 dun. This is everyone. That is a lot of explosions. What the fuck is going on? Consider the enemy well and truly distracted. Time to go. Our primary objective is, of course, the Tolophoroi's leader. But should we be presented with an opportunity to vanquish Anima, we must seize it. If it is indeed the force behind the towers, destroying it will deliver our allies from the Tolophoroi's reign of terror. And I, for one, should not see the Garlean people manipulated any longer, be it by Primal, Ascian, or anything else. Here, here. There's been enough of that. We came to help the people of Garlemald, and that's what we're going to do. Together. Till the very end. The train should be along any moment now. Prepare to board, everyone. Nice. Do I get to do a cool pose? Rabbit girl! Rabbit girls. You've heard less explosions from a Trinitrotolini plant. I have no clue what kind of plant that is, Sage. Look. I have a weakness. Alright? As a furry, there are some species that I'm just like, abso-fucking-lutely. And it looks like we have unlocked the Gateway of the Gods, which is this thingy-majiggy here. Alright, so, ding, send a tell. Unfortunately, I won't be doing the tower. I won't be doing the Gateway of the... What's it called? It's called, like, yeah, I won't be doing the Tower of Babel. I shall be moving to a different game. Alright, so I just sent them that. Oh, they cannot be sent to them. God damn it. Can I exit here? Sure, let's actually, no, let's not do that. We're gonna go all the way back to Limsolo Minsa. It's a TNT plant. Cool. Thank you, Sage. We're gonna sit in this area here. Look at this place. Oh my god, look how many people there are. It is absolutely fucking insane. Also, this means I can also get to the summoning bell that I was meant to get to like hours ago. And, you know, get all their equipments and such like that. Completed. So this gives us an earring. You go back out again. And then you give us the Ishgardian thingy-majiggy hoses. And then the adorable Boyton. What was your job? A stuffed bomboko. Nice, I don't think I have one of those. Nice work. Alrighty. Ding. Yes, me lord. Off I go then. What is it? Righto. Alrighty. I am going to be swapping over to V Rising. I will be back shortly. Swapping games.
Go suck a
lemon. And then we transfer absolutely once more. Let's do it again. Don't hide this thing. Yep, move views, move views. Back over here. Alrighty, there we go. So yeah. Oh, no, wait. Look at that rainbow. Isn't that fantastic? What's my username on Twitter? It's GrantZeebs. What's my username on Telegram? GrantZeebs. What's my username on Discord? GrantZeebs. What's my username on Twitch? GrantZeebs. What's my username on YouTube? Well, YouTube is technically using a Google account in order to do that kind of nonsense, and I can't have a direct link to YouTube, but lo and behold, GrantZeebs. Don't bork in my chat. How dare you? The fuck am I going? This way. Cool. I should have muted for that one. Did that even get through on the mic? Did people actually hear that? We found someone, didn't we? I knew it. I knew we could. If someone could please clip it real quick, I can. Oh.
Didn't.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Oh. Oh. Saving $200 a month in my normal thingy-madiggy, so 625. So 625 minus $200, which means that even if I get rid of only 2/3 of my, so because I think last month I spent 680 times by 0.666. Even if I only get rid of like 2/3 of my takeaway budget, then there's an additional $450 I can use into other expenses, or I can put it into saving, which means that by the time October comes along, then I would have saved for at least the $3,500 it would have cost me to do that, and that is before I get money from Sash, I need help. Twitch or from, you know, the tax return from... I need help. I don't know which region I'm supposed to pick. Do I pick other here? 1993, October 12th. Cool, thank you. Stop stealing my shit! Also, there's too many noises going off. I need to... checking my game. So which one? Wait. So, ding, show all servers. Okay, and then you gave it a name. You called it Starlight Castles. Is set to brutal. This makes the game a lot harder. Understood. Password 123. There we go. You made a new PNG. If I sent it to you, do you think you could tell me if it's okay for Twitch? Is there boobies? Are you gonna give me like a boobies image? This is what it's like going on Twitter as a furry. Instead of getting like dick pics and all those kinds of things IRL, there's like a thing of like, hey, I got something for you, and then it's just like, bam, highly detailed boobies drawn for you. Which I don't know about you. For some reason, I'm totally fine like with a drawn penis as opposed to a real penis. One track med. Will I see titties? Look. I was hoping... Cool, you sent it? Okay, let's have a look-sees. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Like, you're not doing like the what's that movie called unnamed? What's the movie called where the lady, like, she has her legs crossed and she's getting through she's going through an interrogation or something. So then she uncrosses her legs and crosses them again, and all the men in the fucking interrogation are just sort of like, oh, like they're all distracted. She fucking played them like a fiddle, because they were just like, oh, maybe we'll see something. But yeah, I reckon it's fine, Tatsu. I reckon that's an okay vampire with the skull throne and all that kind of thing. So yeah. There's a little bit of boobies though. Stunlock. Also, did I properly update the thingamajiggies? Yes,
This
I did.
was ours.
Ours.
We ruled this land.
We ruled this land.
We owned the night.
We owned the night.
But man rose up against us. We were overthrown.
Ow, my eyes.
For centuries,
fucking flashbang.
hidden away in darkness,
darkness.
Tortured by thirst, choking down dust.
Could not care. All right. What's this lock-in thing? There we go. Alrighty. Skin tone. Then our face. And then our hair. Nope. 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 That looks like a Starion. Looks like a Starion. Alright, so we got this one. I don't like the high Widow's Peak that one has. This one reminds me of Xemnas in Kingdom Hearts 2. Emo. Hoity, emo. Emo, 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 emo. Why are the features like ooh, I like that one. Fuck it. Grant. This here is Dracula, Alucard, Hephaestus, and Grant.
I am alive.
Ooh. I can vie with you if you like. We'll see. Okay, can I break these? Ooh, hello. Oh, this was a mistake. You've given me gathering shit. So this is the game that's been absorbing Sashera's attention all this time. This is the game that has her going, oh, I could be playing Final Fantasy XIV, but I could also be a sexy vampire. The bodybuilder could be improved, I will be real with you, because like I like that the vampire like male is just generically top heavy, but you could have more body types. Get out of the tutorial before you judge. Alright, fair enough. Excuse me while I grab shit. So I need to collect some bones. Do I get to keep all these resources, or once I get out of the tutorial, all these resources are gone? Because I feel like... Pretty sure you keep it all? Oh, this is a problem. Oh, never mind. There is a point of like you can't collect anymore. I thought for a second there was going to be a point where a lot of this stuff would just be infinite. But good to know that there's a limitation. Is that a short? All right, hang on. There we go. Alrighty, and then there we go. Ah, okay, so take all.
Yet another accomplishment.
Alright, open with the tab. Crafting, bone sword, and a ring in the queue. Yep, so one does the sword. Ah, and it's quicker. Okay. Spell power increases. Cool. It doesn't look like there's any durability on this stuff either, so that's good. That's good. Rat, claim that.
Yet another accomplishment.
Hi there. Glad to see you're still with us. There is durability, but it doesn't go down very quickly. Oh, okay.
An achievement, to be sure.
Ah, okay, so that kind of makes sense. There we go. So, does eating it? Blood pool. Frail. Blood qual. You will slowly lose health if you run out of blood. Okay. way to rotate the camera? Recommended low population. West something thingy-madoogs, I see.
Recognize my power.
Alright, how much bone do I need for all these things? Okay, so I need rugged hides. Oh. I only need one of them. Okay, cool. So when you craft it, it automatically goes in there. Okay, cool. Nice. Alright, how much leather does it get? Okay, it gives me quite a bit, which means I can now do those two things. Blood quality 2% increases the movement speed. Okay, cool. There we go. Nice, nice, nice.
An achievement to be sure.
Crafting. Alright. Axes and mace. Ooh, creature 42%. Nice.
Recognize my power.
Okay, okay. And then that's a teleporter of some sort. Go. There we go. how's the mace for you? Okay, so it's a different percentage each time, but I take the highest. So yeah, so that creature gave me 3%, which replaced my. Okay, I need to fix that. So we go from 3% to 5%. There we go, giving us another 5 essence. Alright, stick to the shadows. There we go. Okay, Tatsu. Maybe I could do with, like, getting a vibe from you. Or from Sasher, if she's still... Is there a way for me to see who's, like, online right now or something? So there's, like, this map here. Okay, so it can say who's who. And it's proximity chat, so you can chat with anyone within range. Okay, so I... Hopefully the mic is from this. Of course not. It's not like I played this, like, there's the teleporter here, but I... Let's see. Alright, so going down that path will most likely burn me. And then that's sunlight there. Alright, let's see what happens. And then... Burns? Yep, burns there. Oh, okay, so it's not too much damage. And then, you know, you go into here and it's a safe haven, which is cool. And then there's this thing here.
The material is too strong.
Hi there, Het. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing alright. How you been? Ow. Ow. Okay, so it can hurt you, like, a bit more if you let it. Alright, let's see. What can we craft? Oh, a salve that restores 35%. The healing is limited when in combat. That's fine.
I am missing key ingredients.
Mm-hmm. Wait, are you rats? Is that, like... Am I being followed by these rats? Right mouse button. Oh, it requires redstone, so... Thank you. Yes, I understand the sunlight was spicy.
I have risen again.
Ow, 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 ow. Do I have any more? Alright, so... Exposed vein, blood bend.
Blood sustains me.
Ah, okay, so... Yep, and it uses my blood that I've...
Material is too strong.
Okay. Alright, okay. So is it because you're rats that you're able to, like, walk around in the sun? Oh, feeding 8%. I'll take that. Thank you very much. Smaller contain smaller shadows. Ah, okay.
Yet another accomplishment.
Okay, okay. 50%, 5%, 4%. Okay. So there's me. And then there's a build option. Alright, so that's the 4%. I'll get him. Don't you worry, I'll get him, I'll get him, I'll get him. There we go, and I get myself a creature of 50%. There we go. Tainted Heart. And there.
From my veins, I rejuvenate.
There we go. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Okay, so now that I'm at 50% quality, I shouldn't, with a creature type, I shouldn't try to go for other creatures then. Alrighty then, alrighty then. And then here is... So yeah, so that's a creature with only 8%. So I can build the heart of your domain. As long as it contains blood essence, it will power your castle and keep it from decaying. You can expand your territory with foundations and thingies. Okay, so I can place it like here.
My castle requires more blood.
And then servant coffins and floors. Okay. So
Yet another accomplishment. I cannot build here.
blocked by environment.
I cannot build here.
Okay. Blood essence in my heart. Okay. Okay, so I feed and kill to really quickly get some essence. There we go. Castle Heart, I then put that in here. So now it's consuming. So, alrighty. Okay, okay, and then alright, so I need to place Palisades. Walls is Palisades. So probably won't. Alright, hang on, so
This will not work.
God damn you, are you really that? They are really that pedantic about locations, aren't they? Gotta clear out all this fucking nonsense. Yes, please. Can you please, like, get rid of some of these trees and walls? I like that there's no weight limit to the inventory. That's amazing. Because if I can get like the plating, like the floors like down to here, I reckon that would be good. Thank you, Sashera, for helping me with the wood. Alright, building this. Don't.
This will not work.
Alright,
This will not work. I cannot build here.
Alright, that's fine. Now we go over to walls. Palisade entrance will go here with a gate. Hello, bestest boy. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing alright. Alright. Alrighty. So we got a corner here. Ow. And then let's go with. Alrighty. And then foundation. Cool. Ah, thank you for the supplies.
I cannot build here.
Okay, so we're at the limit of our threshold. That's fine. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So now we can build a shelter.
To be sure.
Production. Okay, so now we have a wooden coffin which we can place. Fuck it, here and here. Is there a way to? Okay, Q is to rotate. Okay, cool. There and there. There and there. Just so I can. Some clay. Alright. Okay, and then that I can just.
A pleasing slumber.
Cool. So, Mist Brazier consumes bones to generate that block out the sun. Oh, okay. So if I put that here. And then I could probably put you here. And for aesthetic, there. Can I build it down here? Yes, I can. Awesome. Alrighty. And then the Mist Brazier. It's inactive, so... Okay, I don't need, like... How do I split you? There we go. There we go. There we go. Alright, so 75 for you. 75 for you. And then 75 for you, and actually I'll get this one prioritized just so then that way 75 for you. Now I just need a small chest storage, which we will put at the entrance here, like so.
An achievement, to be sure.
Alrighty, let's put... I don't know how to use the copper and clay yet. We got plenty of plant fiber and wood. Sort. Send. Alrighty. Crafting. So we can make a bone spear, which is bonus damage to... So, sword is to vegetation, axe is to wood, mace is to vehicle... to thingamadiggies, spear is to creatures. Alright.
I require more resources to make that.
Seriously? But oh, okay, because I have like no bone in the thingamadiggies. That's fair. Alright, well, we'll get more bone in a later time. Construct and interact with a sawmill, increase your gear, and craft stronger stuff. Alright. Missing resources, refinements, require those things. Exterior plants potting. Alright, let's have a look, let's have a look. Where can I put you? Nope, does not put you anywhere useful. Okay. So now close this. Okay, so yeah, the mists do that. That way you're not like actually making a ceiling or anything like that. And there's more rats! Where the fuck did you come from? Hi there, Jack. Raiding my workplace doors, screaming, "Let me out. Let me out. This is not a dance. I'm begging for help. Let me out." You can deconstruct the extra coffins? Oh, fine. Wait, hang on. What does the heart say? Different coffins, some floors. I need copper and leather to do the thing. It's consuming all that nonsense. Alright, fine. Okay, so dismantle. Dismantle. There we go, just two. Two for symmetry purposes. That requires planks. Dominance, so that's wooden coffins. An altar of recollection. Cool. And then we've got all those kinds of chests. And then we've got this requiring planks and stones. Okay, so we need stone. Alright, cool. I know where we're going. It's a shame we can't just, like, interact with the... Alright, let me just take all. Bucket. And then let's head back to the builder. Sawmill. We're gonna have this down here. Alright, hang on. Doing all kinds of decorating. What was that knocking noise? Yeah, that knocking noise. There's a bear over there. Alrighty, sawmill will go here. Furnace will go here. This will be used as, like, quick storage purposes. And then, let me just get rid of this. Crude sapphire. Alright, let's see. What's this? Alrighty, sawmill. So we can create planks and sawdust. Yep. Alrighty, there we go. 1, 2, 3. I reckon that should be enough. That gives us planks and sawdust. It'll give us a lot of them, hopefully. Once we have enough planks, then we'll be able to create the workbench and what have you. You're escaping now, Jack? Nice. Sounds good to me. Am I gonna have to put V Rising on my stream schedule for the remainder of this month? Am I gonna have to do... No, I should... I'll have a proper plan. Dun, dun. There we go. Alright, so all that's being done, which means small furnace. Let's put the plant fibers in you. And then, what's this furnace for? Copper to ingots, sulfur into sulfur, thingy into thingies. Okay, so... putting you in there makes sense. Alright. So inventory, cool. Sawmill gives us 4 planks and some sawdust. Actually, no, those are... that's shade. And so is that. Alrighty, alrighty. So. Crafting. I need 4 more planks. Alrighty, let's head south, because I saw a bear. You can't cross open water, can you? Nope, you can't cross open water. There we go.
Blood sustains me.
Why is my blood so low? Ooh, okay, so we got this bear here. Do this, I can do. Oh, hello. Nice. Got him. Alrighty. Increase your gear level by crafting. Okay, we should be able to craft stronger gear once I have more of the planks and I create the workbench. So, let's see how it looks now. Alright, we got more of that. We got some of that copper, which will be useful. Alright, we don't exactly have a purpose for the wood yet. Alrighty. Building the forge. Let's put you here. Hey! Okay, so now we can reinforce things using planks and woods and what have you. So, rugged hides and... Alright, so let's go with you. And then, let's see, this is a blood ring. Increases sources, increases gear level, and boosts the powers of spells. Coarse thread and leather. This one's copper nonsense. Alright. There we go. So our armor level changes to 14. Blood ring. Let's see. There we go. So we get up to 17. Let's see. Copper spear requires ingots and planks. So, no doubt, we need to improve our mace. And it requires planks to do more of that. So, let's check our sawmill. I wonder if there's some way to accelerate it. Ah, okay. Increase crafting and refinement when placed in a room with a roof. Generate a roof by laying down floors and building surrounding castle. Ah, okay. So that's... So it runs better when it's in the castle. Okay. Noted, noted, noted. Alright, so take all. Alright, so I can dismantle that for 100% refund. Alright, so ding, dismantle, 100% refund. Uh-huh. There we go. Alright, so... Castle, the foundation. Let's put some... Requires floor connection.
This will not work.
Okay, so... Yep, so production. Vampire lockbox crafting. Here we go. So, put you here. And then... Walls, ballast, put you there. I wish I could have like a half wall or something. Rather than like a... production... Refinements, here we go. Planks. Alright, so that's a blood press. We can make a lot of sawmills. Medium. crafting. Lots of storage. Can only have one active at a time. Altar of Recollection. Alright, let's put you here. And then, yep, let's put like 60 in there. Alright. And in a confined castle, has matching floors. Workshop flooring. Ah, okay, so that's what it wants. So that's what it wants, and then... Okay, so how do I... Castle. Rough floor. Ah, okay, so it's only rough floor. And then... Lighting. That wants to use planks. And then this workbench here. Okay, okay. Planks. Yep, cool, cool, cool. Night Stalker wants leather and coarse things. Radio, okay. Crafting strong equipment. Insert. Oh, I need 20 of the. Okay, I see what. I see what. I see what. Okay. And then you. Let's put more essence into you. So you need leather. Alrighty, and then. Alright, should be fine like that. Alrighty, let's go back for a little hunt. Oh, I made another one of yous. I'm an idiot. Cool. Alright, so it looks like there's something up to the north. Oh, I should probably see what happens when I increase your... How did I increase my thing just by...
Not making a dent.
Blood okay, so the alpha white wolf. Alright.
I'm not making a dent.
Food amethyst. Cool.
I don't have the proper tools.
Ah, I see. Okay, so I need to... Oh, Jesus Christ. I didn't know that was going to be there. Did not realize she was there. Did not realize that she was there was going to be a problem for me. At least I have my gear, so there's that. But it does mean that I have nothing in my blood pool. Alright, let me get my...
I require more resources to make that.
God damn it, I need bones. Alrighty. Well, I know where I can get more. Or at least I know where I can find my original bones. Yep, this had nothing in it. Alrighty. Oh, hey, bones. There we go. Oh, so she's traversing across the thingy materials. She's a V blood thing. Ah. Amazingly enough, I am still alive doing this.
I feel stronger. Yet another accomplishment.
Wolf form. Ah, okay, so I unlocked a wolf form.
Restore my
and
body.
there we go.
Sanguine regeneration. cannot go on.
Yeah, so Priest would have got... So Priest got me there. Back into the wooden coffin we go. Probably we'll go there at nighttime. Hunt additional V carriers, discover new spells. We'll unlock the research desk. Cool. What else can it... Dominance. Allows you to customize your vampire. Oh, cool. I'm gonna put you here. Blocked by a unit, missing resource. Ah, yes, of course, I'm missing resources. How foolish of me. Uh-huh. Go, and then moon is rising. Alright, let's get moving. Alright, Alpha Wolf. Yep, so we've unlocked the wolf form. Rufus. Keely, the Frost Archer. Errol, the Stonebreaker. Rufus, the Thingy-Madudes. Okay. So they're 6 levels higher than me. Alrighty, let me just get my gear. Oh! Next Husky, hi! Welcome! Sorry, let me just get my angry face off. Welcome to the stream, everyone! My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. Normally on a Saturday, I would be playing the critically acclaimed MMORPG, Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial up to level 70 with no restrictions on playtime as you play through the award-winning Heaven's Ward expansion and Stormblood. Oop, hello. Oop. Alright, 3%? Okay. 2, 1. Alright, let me try and get this 7%er here. There we go. Drink its blood. Welcome, welcome. How have you been enjoying V Rising? I'm going through it as well myself. It's early days for me. I'm on like Sasher's like private server thingamadoog, and they've got it like on a brutal difficulty, so I've died a few times, to say the least. Stop stealing my shirt! Nice. Alright, there we go. So I need to jump down now. There we go. So yeah, I'm not like the best at this, but I'm getting better. What is
My form is fluid.
Oh, okay. So that's how it goes. Okay, okay. And then I go here. Yeah. If you need to like hop offline, de-stress, and stream and what have you, you're welcome to do so. Alrighty, and then Castle Heart. Let's put more of the essence in there. You require copper and leather, rugged hides, and what have you. Do all that. Alright, simple workbench. So, we need planks. Let's see. So, Night Stalker requires leather and coarse thingy-madiggies. Alrighty. Storage. Alright, I'm just gonna put you, like, right next to it. Just so then that way... Alright, so, ding. Quick thingy-madiggy. Quick thingy-madiggy. Quick thingy-madiggy. Sort that. Take all. Dismantle for refund. Enemy cannot loot items from this chest. Okay, well we don't have enemies, so to speak, so. Sort. Quick thingy-madiggy. Sort. Bones. Okay, so we need stone. Alright, 3, 2. I wish I could grab from, like, other places. I really would appreciate if the crafting system could be like that, rather than trying to hold everything. But it is what it is. Alright. Refinement requires a lot more planks for the blood press. Oh, but we have stone. We can... Alright, let's do that. Let's get the stone. Let's get some stone. Like, see what I mean? It's like... Oop. Alright, so I had some blood stuff. So... So, greater blood essence requires unsullied hearts, tainted... Okay, so I need 4 of them in order to do that. Water skins and vermin cells. Alright, let's see. So that's what the grinder requires. Whetstones, mists, extinguished omen. Oh god damn it, another one? Hello Zeus Pegasus! Hi, this is like the 3rd one on today. Welcome to the stream, everyone! My name is Grant. I am a variety himbo streamer. Normally I'd be playing the critically acclaimed MMORPG, Final Fantasy XIV, but today I'm playing through a bit of V Rising, because Sashera bullied me into playing it. So yeah, how is your day going, Zeus? How has Metroid been? Alrighty, and then boom, and boom. There we go. Has it been good? Have you been having fun? Alrighty, so this thing is the vermin nest. You need rats and bones to get them. Nimble the Putrid requires grave dusk and an unsullied heart. Oh! Okay, so I need an unsullied heart then. So there's the unsullied heart. There's the something or other. Alright, here we go. So, grave dusk and the unsullied heart. I don't have a lot of grave dusk, unfortunately. Been having fun with your first 2D Metroid game? It's part of the marathon to do all 5 of your Fridays going forward? Nice! Nice work. I said you should try it sometime. You said, okay, bet, let's do a poll and let chat... Guess what chat decided? Yes, chat decided to play this. I was And who was in chat? Sashara, that's who. That's who. Sass was in here. Alrighty, I need more bones is the thing. Oh wait, no, I got bones. Hang on, what am I thinking? So. Bones and... The sun is nearing. Noted. There we go. How effective are these mist brazers? Are they... Okay, so they use quite a bit. So I need to think of like a better... what's Mahuzi thing? I need to think of a better means of covering up my base. Zero Mission had moments of legit confusion, some unconventional mechanics, and some retro game logic. Ah, I see. I feel you. Alright, so that's out of the way. Don't summon the putrid rat yet? Noted. Let me get it out of the what's Mahuzi thing. Ding dong. There we go. So we got giant rats, which requires fish bones. Rats are fine. So, alright. Alright, so... Quick sort. Sawdust. Blood rose. Ding dong. Alrighty. I'm gonna figure out. There we go. Alright. Okay, so this would create planks. More okay, so it's just different kinds of planks here and there. Furnace requires glass, a lot more copper. Now we just make a blood press. Whetstones are required for the thingy. I don't think this gives me... No, it doesn't give me a means to make whetstones. I need more ingots in order to do the copper stuff. And I've already, like, reinforced all the stuff that I can. There we go. And there. Alrighty. So.
This isn't working.
Okay, so I can't break that. A pet will nom your face if you try to do anything in... Wait, what? Ah, okay. Thank you for the warning.
don't have the proper tools.
Alright, that looks like copper of some sort. Hello, rascal. That'll be a lot better. Hey, coarse threads, so that's where you come from. Good to know. Gem dust, food nonsense. Alrighty, anywhere else of interest? Oop, hello. Can I break you? Yeah, okay, so that now I found what I'm looking for. Alright, hopefully looks like the resources are pretty quick to get from the looks of it, which is good. I was worried that like things like copper, like once you got past like the basic 4 materials, it would just be a pain and a half. Alrighty. So, yeah, don't know if I can... do I want to get burned? Sure, let's get burned. There we go. Ah, there we are. Yep, okay. Nice, rugged hides are there. Giant bridge over there.
My blood, restore my body.
Let's... Alright, so we got rogues, we got... Yep, we just got a lot of rogues. Alrighty then, let's have some fun. Oop, 10%, yes please. Ooh, 12%, yes please. There we go. Easy pickings. Alright. Rugged hides, thank you. Take all that, some leather. Cloth, coin, Twilight Snapper, and some paper. Nice, nice, nice.
There's no space in my inventory.
Oh, what the shit? Oh, you gotta equip a bag. Okay. Is there any way I can quickly make a bag? No, there isn't. Alright, so sort that inventory out. Let's drop some stone. Warlock's Vest. Let's have a look. Bring this book to a research desk to unlock new technologies. Nice. Nice. Horse threads. There we go. A bag is after defeating a level 36 boss. Ah, so like one of the rats then. Sup? Rats. And then storage, grab wood. That's what I'm missing. Castle Heart. Now hold on. 5. Okay, so floor limit, blood essence limit, servant limit, needed leather. Alright, so cool, so it's that. Planks. Okay. Small chest. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gem dust, some paper, some coin. There we go. 2 away. And they're doing their thing. Okay, I cannot yet make any of those kinds of stuff. What can I make in the press here? Rats for blood essence. Tainted hearts for blood essence. Unsullied. Same sort of deal. Radio. Alrighty. Yep, and you want bones. So let's give you bones. Shit. Elida is also the pouch. Oh? There we go. Crafting. Nothing else to craft. Blood pool is as it is. Attributes. Can't really change all that much. What was the button again to show the vampire thingy-majiggy? Z or X or R? Nope. B? Nope. M. Okay, M gives me a map. Alrighty, so these are formidable. Foreman. Alright, so these are all fairly far away, and they want me to be level 23 for them. Alright, let's go from right to left. Crossbow, workbench stuff, a blood spell point, materials and gem storage, a chaos point, frost, tanner, leather, traveler's wraps. Oh, okay, so this guy. He seems like the most reasonable one to do next. Alrighty, sort the inventory. That way I'm not, like, holding on to everything in one spot. Okay, so I need planks. So, let's see. 8.5. Okay, so all of these are 8.5, but they just have different attributes to them. There's a greater effect on creatures, so I want to go for the spear first. Alright. Can I go for the spear? Yes, I can. That will take time. That's being constructed. Leather and coarse stuff. Alright, cool. Sort that nonsense. Alright, so I'm gonna put you away. Put you away. Sort. Alrighty. Let's go on a little adventure.
This isn't working.
Ooh. oh. Fuck you. How do I get out of this? Grab some more. Hi there, Fragonist. Welcome to the stream. It's been a bit. Welcome, welcome. It has been a long whiles. How are you doing? You doing all right? Oh, now copper starts just popping up anywhere. Where was all this like a while ago? Alrighty then. Welcome, welcome. You just finished drawing and you posted it in the Discord. Nice! Good to hear. Nice, nice, nice. Oh. Let me just go here. I will gladly accept a 23% rogue over my 12%. Thank you. Thank you, good sir. Nice, 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 nice. Oh, that's a good moose. 5%. Alright, let's see, let's see, let's see. Nice. I'm still alive. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I wonder if there's like mounts to make you like go faster. How have I been doing? I've been doing fairly alright. I was doing Final Fantasy XIV earlier, but then I did a poll and, you know, people were interested in me playing V Rising, seeing what I thought about it. It is definitely giving me the whole vibe of like, you know, just going in and like doing all kinds of what's-a-mahoozy. Alright, Empire Gate. Jesus Christ, this is a huge fucking map. It's so yeah, it's giving me the like, you know, just easily possibly putting my hang on. There we go. It's definitely giving me the whole, like, you know, easily gonna be grinding through it or something like that just for the hellsies of it. So it's tempting to put it on my stream schedule once in a while, because one of the things I've actually done is, or one of the things I'm going to be doing as well, Frag, is after June 1st, after the party game stream that I have for Golf with Friends, I will actually be taking a break from streaming and my online presence and what have you for about a month. I'm gonna be like I'm gonna try and give myself way more free time than I have in the past, in order to try and come up with new habits to try and improve excuse me, try and improve like my behavior towards like diet and exercise. You can enslave succubi as servants. I don't know how to make servants, so this is all news to me. Alrighty. I'm just going through this game however I can. get out of the... Alright, there we go. Alright, wolf form. Let's see what a wolf form is like. So... Not wolf form, you're still, like, you know, under the influence of the elements, most like. There we go. So yeah, I see. I'm gonna misuse something fierce. No, it's fair enough. I'm hoping, like, with the month that I'm taking off, I'm hoping to, like, you know, make some improvements to how I go about with my diet and exercise. And I'm hoping that by making these, like, because as I've always said to any of my viewers and what have you, whenever they're like, oh, I'm awake at 3 in the morning, or, oh, I maybe should go and do this. I have always subscribe to the fact that you should be prioritizing, like, offline persona and all that kind of such before, like, your online and what have you. Ow. Get off me, get off me, get off me, get off me. Go, and... Okay, what does it mean when it's a blood moon? What does that mean? Blood moon. The boost of your current blood type by 20% and increases your mood. Ah, okay. Alright. Let's swap over to the wolf form. That way we can try and traverse this area a little bit faster. Alright. Ooh, a bear. There we go. Ah, I killed it before I could... Okay, never mind. I killed it before it could be of use to me. Shame. Oop, hang on. Oh, tree ants. Wolves. Tree ant is very powerful, so we are going to ignore that shit. Ooh, thieves and poachers. Hello, you. Nice. I pressed it a little too soon, but the timing was still okay, where I was able to get the bonus that I was able to do the counter that I wanted to do. Maybe I should draw you sometime? I would very much appreciate it. If you don't have to, but I very much appreciate if you do such a thing. I am totally fine with those who want to draw me and such. I think it's like ! ref sheet. You're able to see, like, you know, a safe for work and not safe for work, so that way, you know, if you want to do, like, a safe work thing, you don't have to, like, you know, ask my permission explicitly. And if it's an safe for work thing, I just want a heads up on, like, if any of the fetishes. My only concern is I don't want, like, any implied relationships or something like that if there's, like, multiple people in a work piece. So, but yeah. Alright, so we got all that crude nonsense. There's a cave, apparently? Didn't know that was a thing. Is there a way to, like, teleport back to your, base? Or am I just, you know, being facetious? Or am I being done with that mindset? Alright, let me do some blood thingy.
Sanguine regeneration.
There we go. So that's full. style. So esta cristal. Paper and all that. Nice, nice, nice. Alrighty then. You're pretty vanilla. You don't worry about anything too extreme for me if you're doing not safe work. Alright, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. There we go, there we go, there we go. I quite like my current fellow, so I won't be doing any further changes to him. Oh, Rufus the Foreman. That sounds like our guy. That sounds like our guy.
Security must be getting right. Let's keep it moving. They died. I thought I was doing fairly well. Discover new spells and use the spellbook to equip new spells. Alright. Spellbook? Ah, okay, so blood magic from your enemies for 5 Okay. All of these are unknown spells. Cool. Okay, so, yeah, so I went over to here where there's plank and coarse leathers. There's a cave passage, but I don't know how to get to it. Sash and Tatsu thing. Difficulty increases. Standard units have a multiplier, have attack modifications, and thingamajiggies. Okay. I'm probably not gonna get saved, was I? During a blood moon, too. Like, look, there he is. There he is, right there, and he's probably full health at this point, annoyingly enough. Hostile territory, the owner is a goat. Alright, color me curious. Teleport using... Well, alrighty, alrighty, alrighty. I need sustenance. Wait, is Goat like a player or an NPC? Like, what's the deal with Goat? Because this feels like a player.
Yeah, I think it's a player. Golden goat. Goat is a player. That's the golden goat of luck and death. One. Oh, okay. So it's a. Yeah. Okay. So. Sup, rascal? Okay, so it doesn't like restore my thingy-thingy. He's not really strong at 6%. Papers, blunts, bombs. Bread. Ah, here. Okay. Refills my blood up to full because it's... And try and get rid of this creature. Alright. And skeleton crossbows. There we go. So I'm currently 5%. That's another 5% there. Oop, 21% wolf. I'll go for that one when I can. So there's the 2%.
what sustains me.
The fuck is that? Oh, okay. Alrighty then. 6%. More corpse piles. Ow! I'm doing my best. I'm just running around in the daytime. Does the day, like, skip to night if everyone is asleep? Am I, like, pissing people off by running around in the day? You have a faster form. Yes, the wolf. Ready? Rogue is 5%. Giving me. Alright, what does a brute give me? Alright, brute. Primary attack leeches life. Ooh, I like that. I like the sound of that. Alrighty, yeah, let's just...
My blood, restore my body.
So, how do I get more of my blood pool without, you know, losing out on the blood quality I got? Alrighty, here we go, here we go, here we go. 3, 2, 1. There we go. You're stuck at 10. The way to continuously get comes late. Ah, okay. Like... Because, like, if I get, like, a good percentage, like the 23% rogue I got earlier, I want to know if there's a way of being able to, like, accumulate blood without having to, you know, give up on that 23% quality that I found. Uh-huh. There's another rogue. There's a worker. What is it time for, Pox? Oh, goddamn you. Alright, moon's rising. Excellente. Ah, warrior, 42. Yep, sounds good to me. The warrior was nearly dead, but I got him. Which means increasing the power by, you know, about 10%. Increasing weapon skill cooldown recovery rate. Excellente. Rogue, warriors. Alright, cool. Cookie for Bookie. Unfortunately, I cannot provide you a cookie just yet, so... Ah!
This cannot be the end.
I was... Ah, ow. Okay, sorry. Something's up with my ear. I think I'm wearing my headphones a little too long, and there might be pressure going into them now, unfortunately. Alright. Ooh, can I pick up the Tainted Heart? No, I cannot. Damn. All the way up here. And there's like a cool castle over there. Where is everyone in the context of this place? That's for bones. That's for... Ah, okay. So I need to go to this bandit encampment for a whetstone. So that's for bones. That's a gate. That's just quality. Alright, so I need to go to this one. Keep going to this one, but I want to pick up my loot. I don't know if by dying here that it does a Dark Souls thing of like, oh, you no longer have the loot thingy-majiggy, but yeah. Day. Horse leather, planks, and paper. Respawn. Yeah, okay, cool. So it just gives me the 2. Nice. Alright, so we'll go here. Break out of my little place. You. And then... T2? Howl like a wolf, like a vampire wolf. Okay. Does not explain to me what it does. Alright. Ugh. Trying to like get the inner ear feeling out of like the pain and what have you. Alright, so whetstones are up there. I need to go up here to get my... Oop, nope. Go. 70% warrior sounds good. There we go.
Sustains me.
Reduced damage taken and 25% increased damage when striking enemies at full health. Nice. Swap over my wolf form. I'll leave you to all that.
Security must be getting light. Let's get this over with.
chest. Tainted heart, some bones.
I must make room if I want to carry that.
Alrighty, sort this inventory. I have a lot of resources. Alright, let's swap the rats. Drink the salve. Put the rats up here.
You want to rob me, huh? Running. I think you're quick on your feet. You're dead on your feet. Start running. From my veins, I rejuvenate. From my veins,
did not
I
mean to left click like that.
rejuvenate.
There we go, there we go. Alrighty. We're 70%.
My bags are filled.
Okay, I can probably get rid of tapestries to... Alright, I'm gonna get rid of the hides. Because that's useless.
You're looking a little dead. You're about to look a lot of dead. running. Sanguine regeneration. Get on your feet.
I need to get moving. Let's get moving, let's get moving. Well, I won't be able to pick up all that, so that's a shame. Oh, idiot person. Feed on you real quick. There we go. Fire. Would you like an assist? I think I would shortly, although I do need to return all these resources I've grabbed, so I'm going to need to put them back at my castle, and I don't think I have an easy way of getting back to my castle other than just taking the long way back. So. Yep, other than just taking the long way back. Unless, can I? No. No. Okay, cool. Huh? You can't maybe give me some gunpowder? Stone dust.
Come get a taste of these metals.
God fucking damn it. Upper Helcarian. Need to start heading south. There we go, almost there. Plus, I need to figure out what I need to get a tanner so I can start making leather. There. A slightly bigger there. I'm alive. I'm good. Nope, bones. Hang on.
Did you see it?
Ow. I am nearly dead. So yeah, I need a lot of bone. Alrighty, so. Store into that. Diggies. Ow! Sky! Darn you, Sky. Keep pressing the escape key to get out of stuff. Alright. So, and then we've got this. Day, 18 hours. Put you in there. Alright, sleep. Stretching! Stretching! There we go. What time is it? 4:30. Okay. Tomorrow is Sunday, right? Yeah, tomorrow is Sunday. Is there any way to, like, see the time? Not from here, I suppose.
Enemy heart, castle heart, clan member. Oh, horses. Cool. Alright, so note to self, I need to go to this bandit encampment. Because I need to get whetstones.
I rise.
I rise. Plus, I need a ceiling. Alrighty, and then... Guess I don't suppose there's a way of sorting that particular thingy, so... Copper and planks, leather and coarse. By accessing, you may spend keys to trigger different actions. Okay, so that's peerless nonsense. Cool. And then... There we go, moon's rising. Let's start moving around. Alrighty, so, quickly move U's into there. Dong, U's into there. I don't suppose there's a way of making this go quicker. Yeah, it produces it in 30 seconds. Forge flooring increases crafting when placed in a room with a roof. Generate a roof by laying down floors and building surrounding stone castle. Okay, so I need stone castle walls. I don't really have any other ways. Grinder requires whetstones and planks, which will allow me to turn raw materials into bricks and dust. Outer recollection. Yep, cool. And then foundation will do all that. Castle heart. With foundation and floors originating from the heart. If the heart is destroyed, your entire castle crumbles. Noted. Sort that inventory. Ding, dong, sulfur, dust. Oh yeah, I should probably move some of this nonsense. Because that turns it into blood essence. Yep, it does. Yeah, that's gonna take a while. Ding dong. Alright, so we've got 12. So, won't be enough. Creatures, material. Alright, so you need 16. Alright, what do I need to make multiple forges? Stone and copper ore. Okay. What did I do with the fucking thingies? There it is. Got 2 of them running. That'll be a short-term fix for our little thing. Ding dong. Let's see.
Alrighty. Now let's go and get some... I need bones. I need bones for the mists. I need to go and get me some... Alright, so go through there, grab... bones, there we go. There we go. No idea what the coins are going to be for. That's good. Here, Stinger. Rascal. Alrighty, so that can give us rugged hides. That can give it... No, okay, cool. So I did set the right thing. Time to go pick up some whetstones. Ooh, bones, hello. Babbo's the weasel. Ooh, another alpha wolf. Okay. Hello.
Stronger.
I'm guessing that didn't do much because I already unlocked the abilities, so it's just a cool thing to get some health, I suppose. And then I can cut through here. Nice. Alright, let's see what we get. Let's see how many whetstones we can get from this area. Ah! God damn you.
Go on.
Ugh. Also, I need to adjust my pants. What the hell? Those guys were stronger than I expected. Level 26. Ah, okay. Alrighty, and then, yep, that's where I was. So we go to the wooden coffin. Go. Yeah, doesn't tell me what it does besides a howl. Lita the Chaos Archer. Never seen her before. What does she do?
Who are you? Twist of fate?
Yeah, she makes short work of them. Yeah. Yep, and there she is again. Hopefully I'm going the right way. Yeah, I'm going the right way. Cool. It is trickier than I thought.
sleep to get more of my health back. I reckon this is where I step out from streaming and what have you. I think that's going to be it for today. I'm going through a bit of a loop of like just sort of going out, collecting stuff, not really doing much in the way of like improving my gear and what have you. I might need to, band up with Sash and whoever. So yeah, I think we're gonna end the stream there. I'll probably come back into this game after like something to eat or something or rather. I do need to clean up my apartment. I have a house inspection on Friday that I need to clean up for and such, and there's so much that I need to do to get all that done. But yeah, so to reiterate, I will be going on break after June 1st. June 1st is the party game stream for the month, which will be Golf with Friends. So if you don't have it, it's available on the PC Game Pass. If you've got PC Game Pass, it's also available for like less than $10 from the Humble Bundle store. It's a very popular game. I'll be able to host private matches for up to 12 players. I've sent invites to a few of you already. And yeah, once I'm through that party game stream and all the different streams I have to do this month, I will be on break for a month, trying to get the rest of me okay. Trying to do better and what have you. All right, let's have a look. Who is online? Who can we go and raid into? You know what? It's Code the Yoshi's birthday, so I reckon we should go and raid into Code the Yoshi and wish him a happy birthday. So I wish for you to join in with me on that one. Wish him a nice big happy birthday. Code _ the Yoshi. So our raid message is going to be... Alright, let's have a look. So, let's go... Alright, I don't know if there's a good... Like, is there a good emote? Hang on a sec, let me have a look. So, if we look at... So, ding dong... Twitch channel emotes. We don't have anything. Emote effects, my emotes... let's have a look at some global emotes from Twitch. Alright, let's go with the bleed purple. Let's go with happy birthday code. We'll go with this emote assortment. But yeah, thank you everyone who came along to this morning's stream that's now like gone into the late afternoon. I greatly appreciate it. I will get my stream schedule out for the rest of this month. So rather than seeing like a weekly stream schedule being released, you're going to see like one image that's just going to be for the entire month. So you have an understanding of what's going on what days. I will most likely be doing a lot more Final Fantasy XIV before I go on break. I got a Ring Fitness on one of the days, and we got like Baldur's Gate 3 with Code. So otherwise I want to say, hey, see you all next time. Bye for now.